I just want to make sure that if I stand here, I just walk close to you so I don't get in your shot. Perfect. Thank you very much. When the chairman
Thanks
does,
for having me. This is glad. I got this today. I'm glad.
and I'll show you which one. Is that one going to be okay?
If I see all
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel of Michigan.
Hello! This convention will come to order! Delegates, welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention! Offering today's invocation, please welcome the delegate from Vermont, Jay Shepard.
Thank you, Ronna. Hi, my name's Jay, and I'm a Republican. I am also a Catholic Donald Trump Republican. And by the grace of God, I am an American. So let us pray. Thank you, O Lord, for all the gifts that you provide us, not because we deserve them, but solely through your grace and mercy. Let us acknowledge the many gifts that God has bestowed upon us, starting with a president and vice president that reflect the values of our founding fathers and are willing to fight for those values, starting with life, knowing that all life is precious from conception to natural death. There is no choice but to fight for the unborn. And for those of us who are true to our Catholic faith, we pray for an end of the intrinsic evil that is abortion. Lord, please give us the strength to fight for our religious freedom as our president does, and instill in us a spirit and commitment to stand with the Little Sisters of the Poor in their continued fight for religious freedom. We pray in thanksgiving for the members of our armed forces and their families who sacrifice greatly to ensure our sacred freedom that we all too often take for granted so that we can continue to live in the land of the free. And, oh Lord, we will be forever grateful that you have blessed this nation with great men and women that stand on the front line of law enforcement every day. We will not forget that we cannot be a great nation and serve you without the rule of law. We are all sinners, and none of us are perfect. We recognize that faith is a journey. It's not where we start that journey, but where we are now and where we strive to be. Help us all follow President Trump, whose actions show he is on the journey to you, Lord. Let us not be deceived by those that were once close to you, but have turned away in favor of embracing political ideology, yet claiming Catholic beliefs and words, while their actions turn them and their followers away from you. We pray that you change their hearts and bring them back to you. You have chosen us, O Lord. Yes, all of us gathered here today to make a difference in the world. Most of all, help us recognize that we are here through the mercy and grace of you, our Creator, and that as Americans we are blessed and should be thankful every day for the gifts you have provided us. Please, Lord, continue to guide our party to the light, and we pray that those in the other party will turn away from the darkness and join us in our march to you, our Lord and Savior. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Amen. Now performing the national anthem, please give a warm welcome for Mary Milben. Notice that Republicans stand for the anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets weakly, the bombs bursting in air, they proved to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. America, it is a great country, isn't it? Yes, it is. And still we can see as the years have gone by, there's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning.
Thank you, Mary. The chair now calls on the delegate from Alaska, Peter Goldberg, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wow. Week before last, in the Democrat National Convention, we know that at least 2 caucuses removed 2 words, "under God," from the Pledge of Allegiance. We know, too, that in a previous Democrat convention, a very recent one, the word God was almost totally removed from their platform. That could not, would not ever happen here. We know, as Republicans, that America must put its full trust and faith in that God in order to do so that every American citizen can have the blessings of security, the opportunities for prosperity, and the ability to enjoy all of those freedoms that are enshrined in that divinely inspired document, the Constitution of the United States of America. So as you join me in the pledge and render an appropriate salute, I ask you to remember that there is no comma before the words, "under God." I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Charlotte, North Carolina for the 2020 Republican Convention. I want to give an enormous thanks to our hosts, especially Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles. We are obviously disappointed we could not hold this event in the same way we had originally planned, but you and the city and Mecklenburg County have been great partners, and we are still so pleased we were able to renominate the president and vice president in the Queen City. Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to thank Marsha Lee Kelly, the president and CEO of the 2020 Republican National Convention, and her entire team. They have worked so hard to make this event happen. Next, I would like to thank Tony Ann DeShiel, the chair of the RNC Committee on Arrangements, and the members who served on the Committee on Arrangements. Tony Ann's leadership was indispensable on the committee, and I would also like to thank all of our delegates, alternates, and guests who are not here with us today. Let us give a huge thanks to them for their service to our party. And thank you to all of you. We appreciate you, and we're thrilled to be with you. I also want to thank our RNC co-chair, Tommy Hicks, who is my partner. For those of you who know Tommy, you know what a great person he is. He works day in and out to re-elect the president, and the committee is so lucky to have him as our co-chair. And then finally, I would like to thank my family, Patrick, Abigail, and Nash. As described in the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures and the Order of Business, to enable the chair to be certain that any motion offered or any demand for a roll call has met the necessary requirements of the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures, the chair would like to put the delegates on notice that the chair must be provided in advance with satisfactory written support of the majority of the delegates from each of the necessary number of states required by the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures. This written confirmation is consistent with our modern practice and precedent during previous conventions with similar announcements. The 37E National Convention Procedures adhere as faithfully as possible to the spirit and letter of the RNC rules that govern the proceedings for a traditional convention, whose principal purpose is to nominate the party's candidates for president and vice president of the United States and provide for the continued governance of the Republican Party's business affairs. Given these considerations, we will continue to follow precedent requiring the necessary satisfactory written support for any motion offered or any demand for a roll call. Also, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the Rule 37E National Convention procedures require that notification of evidence of written support necessary to present a name of a candidate for the nomination of the office of President and Vice President of the United States must be submitted to the Secretary of the Convention no later than 1 hour prior to placing of the names of these candidates for nomination. For the avoidance of doubt, while the Rule 37E National Convention procedures utilize the existing RNC Rules 26 through 42 for convention proceedings whenever feasible, any modifications to the rules to govern the Rule 37E National Convention procedures shall apply only to the 2020 Rule 37E Convention and in no way should be interpreted as constituting permanent changes to the RNC rules. To the extent the Rule 37E National Convention procedures depart from the RNC rules, they do so by operation of Rule 37E and the limitations imposed by that rule, out of necessity, caused by the current emergency situation, and based on recognition that substantive changes to the RNC rules and Republican platform should be avoided in a non-traditional convention setting where fewer delegates will be deliberating and participating in person. And lastly, I also wish to remind any guests that participation in convention business is limited to delegates on the floor unless permission is granted. It is important that any guests in the gallery remain silent during voice votes to ensure that the chair can hear the accurate result. The chair now recognizes Vicki Drummond, Secretary of the Convention, for the purpose of reading the call to convention. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. The call for the convention. To the Republican voters in the United States of America. In accordance with the rules of the Republican Party adopted by the 2016 Republican National Convention on July 18, 2016 in Cleveland, Ohio, and as amended by the Republican National Committee on June 20, 2018 in Austin, Texas, the Republican National Committee hereby directs that a national convention of delegated representatives of the Republican Party be convened in Charlotte, North Carolina, no earlier than 8:00 a.m. and no later than 9:00 p.m. on Monday, August 24, 2020, except in the case of an emergency as set forth herein, and to continue thereafter from day to day for so long as may be necessary, for the purpose of nominating candidates for President and Vice President to be voted for at the presidential election on Tuesday, November 3, 2020, and for transaction of other such business as may properly come before it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicki. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Iowa for the purpose of making a motion.
Madam Chair, I am Steve Scheffler, delegate from Iowa. I move that further reading of the call be dispensed with and that the secretary be instructed to complete the call at this point in the convention proceedings with the same force and effect as though read in full.
The motion to dispense with the reading of the entire call for the convention and that the call be made part of the permanent record of the convention has been moved by the delegate from Iowa. Is there a second?
Jane Timken, delegate from Ohio, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. and the motion is adopted. The chair rules that pursuant to the call and Rule 42 of the 37E National Convention Procedures as adopted by the Republican National Committee Executive Committee on June 10, 2020, and the Republican National Committee on August 22, 2020, the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures shall constitute the standing rules for the permanent proceedings of this Rule 37E Convention. Vicki Drummond, Secretary of the Republican National Committee, has presented to the chair the temporary role of delegates and alternates to the convention. The temporary role has been referred to the Committee on Credentials. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Illinois for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Madam Chair, I'm Richard Porter, delegate from Illinois. I offer the following resolution. Resolved that the following committee is hereby appointed: a committee on credentials. This committee shall be entitled to consist of one man and one woman delegate from each state, American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. The chairman and co-chairman of the committee, appointed by the chairman of the Republican National Committee, and the persons selected by the various delegations whose names are filed with the secretary pursuant to Rule 41 and the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures, shall constitute such said committee, and the reading of the names of such persons shall be dispensed with and published in the proceedings of the convention. Madam Chair, I move the adoption of this resolution.
The delegate from Illinois has made the motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I am Rosie Tripp, a delegate from New Mexico, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the committee has been appointed. The chair now calls on Doyle Webb, chairman of the Credentials Committee. Is Doyle here? Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Doyle Webb, RNC General Counsel and State Chairman for the great state of Arkansas, and Chairman of the Convention Committee on Credentials. The Temporary Convention Committee on Credentials met yesterday afternoon to review delegate certification documentation submitted to the RNC Council's office. I now ask all members of the Convention Committee on Credentials to stand, and I ask the full convention to stand at ease while the Convention Committee on Credentials briefly convenes. I now call the Permanent Convention Committee of Credentials meeting to order. As a reminder, participation in Committee on Credentials business is for members of the Committee on Credentials only. Anyone who is not a member of the Convention Committee will not be recognized. The Permanent Convention Committee on Credentials will now consider certification of the names of the delegates and alternate delegates as the permanent role of the convention. I will now recognize the delegate from Mississippi and co-chair of the Committee on Credentials for the purpose of a motion. Jeannie.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jeannie Lucky, delegate from the great state of Mississippi. I move the temporary role of delegates and alternate delegates as presented to this committee be certified for approval by the full 37E National Convention as the permanent role of the 2020 Republican National Convention.
The delegate from Mississippi has made the motion to certify the permanent role. Is there a second?
I'm Jim Dickey from the state of Ohio, Mr. Chairman, and I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. The motion has now been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Convention Committee on Credentials has adopted its report. The committee may be seated. Without objection, the committee is adjourned, and I will return the gavel to Chairwoman McDaniel.
Thank you, Doyle. Is there a motion to adopt the report of the Convention Committee on Credentials?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the report of the Committee on Credentials.
The motion has been made to adopt the report on the Committee on Credentials. Is there a second?
Howard, delegate from Georgia, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The temporary role is now the permanent role of delegates and alternate delegates of the 2020 Republican National Convention. If there is no objection, staff will be allowed to make technical corrections to the permanent role as needed. The chair hears no objection, and it is so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 41F of the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures, the chairman of the Republican National Committee shall select the officers of the Rule 37E Convention, which will be voted on and adopted by the Rule 37E Convention. The list of Rule 37E Convention officers is included in the order of business, and you have a copy in front of you. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Texas for the purpose of making a motion.
Madam Chairman, I am Tony Ann DeShiel, delegate from Texas. I move to adopt the list of the Rule 37E Convention officers selected by the chairman of the Republican National Committee. Included on this list is the selection of the temporary chairman of the convention, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and the permanent chairman of the convention, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy.
The delegate from Texas has made the motion to adopt the list of the Rule 37E National Convention officers. Is there a second?
I am Ron Kaufman, delegate from Massachusetts, and I second the motion of the distinguished delegate from Texas.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The temporary officers have been made permanent Rule 37E National Convention officers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the Republican leader of the United States House of Representatives and permanent chairman of the convention, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you all very much. You're very kind. First of all, let's give a big round of applause for Ronna McDaniel. Isn't she doing an amazing job? You know, I'll give a little note to her because when I first took over as leader in Congress, it was 19 seats we'd need to retire Nancy Pelosi. Today it's 17. We did something you had not done. We got a Democrat to re-register as a Republican. And you know one thing that we also did, and I want to give a big shout out to California and Jessica, we did something we had not done in 22 years. We took a Democrat seat in California and made it Republican. So it's good to be with so many friends. I thank you for your help. I got a lot of former colleagues in here. It's always great to see Kristi Noem, one of the greatest governors in the entire country here in South Dakota. So great to have you with us. Now let's move on to our next item on the order of business. Pursuant to Rule 41E of the Rule 37E, National Convention Procedures, the Convention Committee on the Rules and Order of Business will not convene during the Rules 37E convention proceedings. The only motion to amend the rules that will be deemed in order is a motion to make a technical correction to Rule 12 by removing the reference of the year 2018. The red line version of the technical correction is on the screen. Pursuant to Rule 37E, National Convention Procedures, the motion to adopt this technical correction shall not be subject to any amendment, and any motion to suspend the procedures in order to make any other rule amendment shall not be in order. Apart from this specific change made through a motion adopted pursuant to Rule 41E, we will adjourn today with the rules of the Republican Party in the same form as amended by the Republican National Committee on July 20th, 2018, as the official rules of the Republican Party. The rules will be considered adopted as of today. The rules of the Republican Party as adopted by the 2020 Republican National Convention, August 24th, 2020. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Washington for the purpose of making a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jeff Kent, delegate from Washington State. Under the emergency procedures set forth under Rule 37E, we will not be adopting an updated version of the rules of the Republican Party until the next convention in 2024. However, the Republican National Committee should retain the ability to update the rules as needed. Therefore, I move to strike the following clause from Rule 12. Quote, "No such amendment shall be adopted after September 30th, 2018, unquote," and replace it with, quote, "No such amendment shall be adopted after September 30th, 2 years prior to the year in which the next national convention is to be held."
The delegate from Washington has made the motion to adopt a technical correction to Rule 12, the rules of the Republican Party. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Peter Goldberg. I'm from the largest state in the Union, the great land of Alaska, and I second Mr. Kent's motion.
The motion has been made. The second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the technical correction to RNC Rule 12 has been adopted. The chair now recognizes the delegate from District of Columbia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jill Homan, delegate from the District of Columbia, and I offer the following resolution. Resolved that those elected as members of the Republican National Committee under the procedures of each state, American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Northern Mariana Islands, whose names have been submitted to the Secretary of the Convention, are hereby declared ratified to serve as members of the Republican National Committee from the adjournment of this Republican National Convention until the successor committee has been ratified by the next Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution.
The delegate from the District of Columbia has made the motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Fry. I'm a delegate from Connecticut, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. I congratulate each of you on your election. The chair now recognizes the delegate. You can applaud that. That's all right. We can be excited. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Michigan for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Laura Cox, delegate from Michigan, and I offer the following resolution. Resolved that the Secretary of the Convention is hereby directed to prepare and publish for the Convention a full and complete report of its official proceedings under the direction of the Republican National Committee, and is authorized to make all necessary clerical and grammatical corrections and to make technical and conforming amendments as necessary in reports, motions, and resolutions considered by the convention to reflect its actions. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution.
The delegate from Michigan has made the motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I am Andrew Hitt, delegate of Wisconsin, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to determine our nominee for the office of the Vice President of the United States. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a plurality of delegates from each of 5 or more states severely support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for the Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provision of Rule 40A, which provide in part that if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by paragraph B of this rule, a motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that he has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for the nomination for the office of the Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. And finally, pursuant to Rule 37E, National Convention procedures nominating and seconding speeches will be limited to 3 minutes each. It has also been the custom at past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for the purpose of making nominations and seconding speeches. The chair now recognizes Governor Scott Walker from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm applause and welcome.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it is my honor to nominate our friend, Michael R. Pence, to serve as the Republican Party's 2020 candidate for Vice President of these United States of America.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is in order. The chair now recognizes Kyle Humphrey from the delegate from Indiana.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Vice President Michael R. Pence from the great state of Indiana be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
The motion to nominate Michael R. Pence by acclamation has been made by the delegate from Indiana. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I am Anne Hathaway, delegate from Indiana, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? And hearing no one opposed, the ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates and guests, I am proud to announce the Vice President, Michael R. Pence, has the unanimous support of this convention to be the Republican Party's nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States of America. Without objection, I will turn things back to this amazing chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel. Please join me in welcoming her back on stage.
Thank you, Leader McCarthy, and how exciting that we have nominated Mike Pence once again to be the Vice President of the United States of America. Delegates, this is a historic moment as we make official the nomination of Donald Trump and Mike Pence as our nominees for President and Vice President of the United States. Today's events reflect the unified support the Trump-Pence ticket has from Republicans, along with independents and discerning Democrats all across America. Our party is unified, our supporters are energized, and now we will go forward confident in our cause of re-electing President Trump and Vice President Pence in 70 days from now. Now I know that I am not alone when I say that the Democrats' convention last week was hard to watch. I know we all ate this morning, but you know. It was depressing, doom and gloom, night after night. It was short on substance, but it was a masterpiece in fiction about President Trump's record and what he has accomplished for the American people. Democrats were telling the truth about one thing, though. We are at a crossroads as a nation. I never thought I would agree with Hillary Clinton, but she is right about one thing. We have to vote like our lives and our country depend on it this November. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are running on the most radical, socialist, extreme, far-left ticket in American history. Policies that would have been unthinkable a decade ago, banning fossil fuels, eliminating private health insurance, taxpayer-funded health care for people who come here illegally, and defunding the police are now mainstream in the Democrat Party. Their argument for Joe Biden boiled down to the fact that they think he's a nice guy. Well, let me tell you, raising taxes on 82% of the American people is not nice. Eliminating 10 million good-paying oil and gas jobs and raising gas and heating prices on American families is not nice. Policies that force jobs to flee our country or allow abortion up until the point of birth are not nice. The truth is there's only one person who has empathized with everyday Americans and actually been fighting for them every single day over the past 4 years, and that is President Donald J. Trump. Over the next 4 days, President Trump and Republicans are going to talk about all that we have achieved the past 4 years and cast an aspirational, forward-looking vision about what we can achieve in the next 4. Our convention is going to feature hardworking, everyday Americans, not Hollywood celebrities, who are going to help tell the great American story and how President Trump's policies have made their lives better. Policies like cutting taxes and rolling back job-killing regulations, creating over 9,000 opportunity zones in all 50 states, and fighting for school choice. Rebuilding the military and securing our southern border, including nearly 300 miles of border wall. Yes, he is building that wall. Negotiating freer, fairer trade deals like the USMCA, appointing constitutional conservatives to the federal bench, over 200 of them, including Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. Ushering in a new era of American energy independence and taking out terrorists like al-Baghdadi and General Soleimani. And brokering a landmark peace agreement between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. Fellow Republicans, as we reflect on the crossroads we are at this November, we can look to the words of our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, for guidance. Lincoln cautioned that his countrymen that if America was to suffer the familiar fate of so many nations and empires throughout history, the cause of our downfall would not come from abroad, but from within. Lincoln wrote, "If destruction be our lot, we ourselves must be its author." He warned of the increasing disregard for law, substituting wild passions in place of sober judgment, and the danger posed by savage mobs. Abraham Lincoln could just as easily be writing these words today. We see the chaos playing out in places like Portland, Seattle, Chicago, New York, and other Democrat-run cities across the country. We see suppression of free speech, mob rule instead of the rule of law, elected officials putting politics ahead of public safety. These images are just a preview of what would happen nationwide if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris win this election. It does not have to be that way. Donald Trump will always stand for the rule of law. Donald Trump will defend our fundamental freedoms, preserve our American way of life, and work day and night to build our economy back to the historic levels of growth. He has been doing all that and more for the past 4 years, and he will do it as president in the next 4 when the American people reelect him to a second term. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Let's win November 3rd. Let's reelect President Trump. Let's keep the Senate, and let's take back the House. So, some of you may have figured out we may be having some special guests come today. You know, just a few, I don't know. So at this time, the chair would ask that without objection, the convention will stand in recess until the call of the chair. The chair hears no objection, and the convention is in recess until the call of the chair. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have recessed but will return shortly. Please remain nearby until we resume.
How you been? Good? Good. Real good. Be quiet.
I'm just sitting at the... Yes, to get that in the background, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, of course. Might have something different this evening. No, it's all the same stuff. No problem, no problem. Rick. Ashley wants a picture. Yeah, with her, so whenever you got time. Actually doing the work.
Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel.
The convention will reconvene. We will now proceed to our next item of business, the re-nomination of Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. It's music to my ears. Before we begin, I would like to remind the delegates of the provisions of the rules which require that each candidate for nomination for President of the United States demonstrate sufficient support prior to the presentation of the name of that candidate for nomination. The chair wishes to inform the delegates that it has been furnished in a timely manner evidence of sufficient support of the candidate who will be presented for President of the United States in compliance with the rules of the convention. As a reminder, nominating and seconding speeches will be limited to 3 minutes each without objection. The reading of the roll call of states for presenting the names for candidates for nomination is dispensed with, and non-delegates should be permitted to make nominating and seconding speeches. The chair now recognizes the delegate and state chairman of the North Carolina Republican Party, Michael Whatley, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my distinct honor as the chairman of the North Carolina Republican Party to welcome you, President Trump, Vice President Pence, and all of our assembled delegates to the Old North State. 4 years ago in Cleveland, Donald J. Trump accepted the Republican nomination for president and promised to build a stronger America both here and abroad. Since winning the 2016 election in historic fashion, President Trump has worked relentlessly every single day to keep his promises to the American people. He has built the strongest economy in U.S. history by enacting record-setting tax cuts, dramatically cutting red tape and bringing manufacturing back to America. Promise made, promise kept. He has rebuilt the American Armed Forces, supported our military families, and honored our veterans. Promise made, promise kept. He has reshaped the federal judiciary by nominating over 200 conservative federal judges, including Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh, to the Supreme Court. Promise made, promise kept. And he has put America first by standing up to China and negotiating treaties like the USMCA and Phase 1 China trade deal, which treat American farmers, manufacturers, and small businesses fairly. Promise made, promise kept. I would submit to this convention that no president has done more for the American people in his first 4 years than President Donald J. Trump. Madam Chair, as we look at the challenges that America will face over the next 4 years, it is crystal clear that we need a leader who has the strength to fight for every American every day. When it comes to this election, there is only one choice for America. Only President Trump will eradicate the coronavirus and rebuild our economy. Only President Trump will end our reliance on China and bring manufacturing jobs back to America. Only President Trump will provide school choice to every American child. Only President Trump will ensure that law enforcement is fully funded and protect the Second Amendment. Only President Trump will finish building the wall, protect our borders, and dismantle human trafficking networks. And only President Trump has the strength to lead our country through our great challenges so that every American can have the chance to live the American dream. Madam Chair, it is my honor and great pleasure to nominate Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States of America.
The chair now recognizes the delegate and state chairman from the president's home state of Florida, Joe Gruters.
Madam Chairwoman, I am Joe Gruters, chairman from the great state of Florida, which is not only the most politically important state of the country, it's also home to the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. I rise today to second the nomination of the economic heavyweight champion of the world, Donald J. Trump, to be the Republican nominee for president. Who better to lead our country out of the economic impacts that we face as a result of the Wuhan virus than the president who has already delivered us record low unemployment for African Americans, for Hispanics, for Asian Americans, for women, and for Americans without college degrees. Under President Trump's watch, excessive regulations that once stifled job growth have been eliminated. Jobs that have once been shipped overseas are returning to our shores. 401ks that have been down in the dumps, thriving. President Trump also knows that we are the land of the free because of the brave. That's why he has put record investments in the military. He's modernized the VA. He supported every single one of our troops. And he isn't defunding the police, he is defending the police. Americans want to be able to earn an honest living, have a good pay, and want to be able to practice religion that they choose. They want to go to school without being indoctrinated. They respect the flag and our founding fathers. They want an operator at the other end of that 911 call. They want jobs, not mobs. They want sanity, not leftist insanity. And they want American first policies, not American last policies. They want American pride, not American shame. And they want American hope, not American decline. And because of his pro-American agenda and his love for America as we know it, it is an honor for me and for America's benefit that I second the nomination of Donald J. Trump for a second term to the office of President of the United States of America.
As required by the Rule 37E, National Convention procedures during the roll call, the states will be called in alphabetical order. Without objection, the state of Florida may cast its vote out of order. During the roll call, the chairs of each respective delegation or their designee will announce the vote of each state. During the roll call of the states, the secretary will announce each state, its total number of available votes, and the number of votes bound to each candidate. As required by Rule 37C, no delegation will be recognized to change its vote until all delegations who have passed have been given a second opportunity to vote. Without objection, non-delegates shall be permitted to announce the vote for a state delegation. Additionally, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the secretary is required under Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, and the rules of the Republican Party to announce and record delegates' votes in accordance with the obligations under Rule 16 of the Rules of the Republican Party, state law, or state party rule to reflect the voters' preferences in each state. The official results from each state are those announced by the secretary. The chair wishes to announce that if a delegate requests a poll to be taken of their delegation under Rule 37, the secretary will send representatives of the convention to supervise the polling of the delegation. After the poll is completed, the results will be delivered to the secretary, and the secretary shall announce the result at the end of the roll call of states in accordance with Rule 37E National Convention procedures. Lastly, I wish to remind our delegates that maintaining order during the roll is extremely important. If the convention is not in order, it is difficult for the secretary or presiding officer to hear the vote announcement or otherwise acknowledge delegates seeking recognition. Now, delegates, let us commence with the call of the roll call of the states. Please welcome back to the stage Secretary of the Convention, Vicki Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will now begin the roll call of the states. First up, Alabama. Alabama, 50 delegates with the following band delegates. 50, President Donald Trump.
I'm Representative Andrew Sorrell, chairman of the delegation from the Yellowhammer State, the state with the highest approval rating in the country for Donald Trump. Home of the Crimson Tide, the Auburn Tigers, and Trump-endorsed coach Tommy Tuberville, who we plan to send to Washington, D.C. this November to take back our Senate seat from our caretaker Democrat senator. From the music of Muscle Shoals to the shipbuilding of Mobile and the white sandy beaches of the Gulf Coast. From the rockets and defense industry of Huntsville to the auto manufacturing of Montgomery and Tuscaloosa, this state strongly supports our president and his policies. Alabama's motto is, "We dare defend our rights." This president has defended our borders, defended our religious liberty, cut our taxes, and repealed the Obamacare individual mandate. Today, it is my honor to announce that Alabama has unanimously cast its 50 delegates' votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Alabama cast 50 votes, Donald Trump. Alaska, 29 delegates with the following band for President Donald Trump, 26.
Madam Chairman, Madam Secretary, Alaska, the largest state in our union, known as the Great Land, has more rivers, lakes, streams, coastline, glaciers, volcanoes, mountains, islands, and wildlife than the entire lower 48 states combined. Alaska's abundant natural resources are responsibly developed and harvested, preserving the pristine land and waters of the last frontier. Alaska is a land of promise, peoples, prosperity, personal responsibility, individual freedoms, and opportunities. To keep Alaska great and to keep America great, the Alaska Republican delegation proudly cast its 29 votes to nominate President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Alaska, 29 votes, President Donald Trump. American Samoa, 9 delegates with the following band delegates. 9 for President Trump.
Talofa from the territory of American Samoa, where we produce more NFL football players and military members than anywhere in the United States. Madam Secretary, the territory of American Samoa is proud to cast all of our 9 votes for our awesome and fearless President Donald J. Trump. Faafetai.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, American Samoa, 9 votes, President Trump. Arizona, 50 delegates with the following band delegates. 57 delegates, President Donald Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Michael Ward, Chairman of the Arizona delegation, home of the London Bridge, home of the Grand Canyon, home of World War II heroes, the Navajo Code Talkers. And thanks to our excellent president, the land of growing opportunity zones, economic security, law and order, education choice, where unborn babies matter, a flattened China plague curve, and miles and miles and miles of big, beautiful wall. Madam Secretary, in order to keep America first, the state of Arizona casts our 57 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Arizona, 57 votes, President Donald Trump. Arkansas, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40 delegates, President Donald Trump.
Madam Secretary, Arkansas, the natural state, the reddest state not only in the South, but in the entire nation, the home of Johnny Cash of country music fame and Daisy Bates, civil rights leader to the Little Rock Nine, both of whom will be memorialized in the U.S. Capitol. The #1 producer of rice, 49% of the nation's rice is raised by Arkansas farmers. The world shops at Arkansas-based Walmart and dines on Tyson Foods. As Arkansas and travelers flood to the national Buffalo River on a daily basis, they also dig for diamonds at the nation's only diamond mine. Arkansas, the state that gave Donald J. Trump a 30% margin of victory over former resident Crooked Hillary, and will do so again over the radical Democratic ticket that has emerged out of the D.C. swamp. Arkansas proudly cast its 40 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Arkansas cast 40 votes, President Donald Trump. California, 172 delegates with the following bound delegates. 172, President Trump.
On behalf of House Republican leader Congressman Kevin McCarthy, our National Committeewoman Harmeet Dillon, our National Committeeman Sean Steele, and over 5 million registered Republicans from Siskiyou County down to San Diego and everywhere in between. I am California Republican Party Chairwoman Jessica Milan Patterson. We, as a state, want to bring forth our delegates, 172 for Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, California cast 172 votes for President Trump. Colorado, 37 delegates with the following bound delegates. 37, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, in the past 4 years, President Trump and Vice President Pence have made America great again in the eyes of the world, so that now our friends respect us and our enemies fear us. They've given Americans great job opportunities with free trade agreements that are fair. They've appointed justices and judges who interpret the law and don't legislate from the bench. They've created the greatest economic expansion in decades that lifted all Americans, that protected us from a worldwide pandemic. They've enacted tax cuts because Americans spend their money more wisely than the government. the great state of Colorado, home of U.S. Senator Cory Gardner, headquarters to the Bureau of Land Management and the United States Space Command, proudly cast all 37 votes to keep America great again for President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Colorado cast 37 votes, President Donald Trump. Connecticut. Connecticut, 28 delegates with the following band delegates. 28, President Donald Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Leora Levy, National Committee Woman from Connecticut. Connecticut, the nutmeg state, the Constitution state, and the arsenal of democracy. Also home to the champion Huskies women's and men's basketball teams. Connecticut proudly carries the legacy of self-government even before the American Revolution. Through the Connecticut Charter granted by King Charles in 1662. When King James tried to revoke it in 1687, Connecticut leaders, through sleight of hand, hid it in the charter oak tree in Hartford, Connecticut, for 2 years until it safely reemerged in 1689 to enable Connecticut to continue self-governance. Today, as a proud and independent nutmegger, I proudly cast 28 spicy votes for President Donald J. Trump and American greatness.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Connecticut cast 28 votes, Donald Trump. Delaware, 16 delegates with the following band delegates. 16, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, it was a dark and stormy night, July 1, 1776, when Caesar Rodney rode his horse from Dover to Philadelphia to break the tie that was preventing the colonies from declaring independence. 2 days later, the Declaration was signed. On December 7, 1787, Delaware became the first state to ratify the United States Constitution. From Delaware, the great state, the first state, from that great beginning, the greatness that will be ours in the future, we nominate President Donald J. Trump and cast all 16 of our delegate votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Delaware cast 16 votes, President Trump. The District of Columbia, 19 delegates with the following band delegates. 19, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, in 1855, the Washington, D.C. Republican Party was founded on principles of abolition of slavery and promotion of liberty. We are proud to call the late civil rights hero Frederick Douglass a former member and precinct captain. To carry on that legacy today, we are proud to cast all 19 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, the District of Columbia cast 19 votes, President Trump. Georgia, 76 delegates with the following band delegates. 76 delegates, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, from the Golden Isles to the top of Lookout Mountain, the great state of Georgia, home to Governor Brian Kemp and our senior United States Senator David Perdue, is proud to cast every single one of its 76 votes for the renomination of President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Georgia cast 76 votes for President Donald Trump. Guam, 9 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 votes, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, a warm half a day from the U.S. territory of Guam, homeland of the Chamorro people, Tanoy Manchamorro, where all are welcome regardless of your race, creed, and national origin. We would like to express our sincere gratitude, Sijus Maase, to President Donald Trump for making sure that the people of Guam are treated as equal members of our great nation, especially with the federal relief that has been provided to the territory during this global pandemic. Sujus Masi, President Trump, in providing closure to the Chamorro people that suffered horrible atrocities during the 3 years Japanese occupation of our island during World War II. We raise our voices and pray to Our Lady of Camelin, Santa Maria Camelin, the patron saint of our island, to bless President Donald Trump and bless President Mike Pence in this upcoming election. Madam Secretary, the territory of Guam is proud to cast its 9 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Guam cast all 9 votes for President Trump. Hawaii, 19 delegates with the following, with the following bound delegates. 19 delegates, President Donald Trump.
Aloha mai kako. Madam Secretary, I speak to you in behalf of Republicans in the Democrat-controlled state of Hawaii. While we are the Aloha state, it is the safest, healthiest, and happiest state in the Union. We can only attribute this to the great weather and wonderful people that make up our great state of Hawaii. Madam Secretary, we cannot attribute any of Hawaii's success or attractive qualities to the 60 years of failed leadership by Hawaii Democrats. Despite Democrat control and Democrat subversion in Hawaii, President Trump's leadership has helped Hawaii survive and prosper in difficult times. Hawaii and the nation need 4 more years of President Trump, so I proudly cast all 19 of Hawaii's votes for the re-election of Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Hawaii cast 19 votes for President Trump. Idaho, 32 delegates with the following bound delegates. 32, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of Idaho, the Gem State, and all of our happy people and the hardworking, beautiful people there, encompassed by the Rocky Mountains, where people love the fish, the land, the wildlife, and the water, a people focused on God, family, country, and our sacred Second Amendment, and along with all of our other individual liberties. And because of those important and in defense of those individual liberties, I am proud to cast all of Idaho's votes, 32 votes, to Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Idaho cast 32 votes for President Trump. Illinois, 67 delegates with the following bound delegates. 67, President Trump.
Greetings to you all. Home of the first Republican President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, and the birthplace of Ronald Reagan. I proudly cast 67 votes for our president and the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Illinois cast 67 votes for President Trump. Indiana. "58 delegates with the following bound delegates. 58, President Donald Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Kyle Hupfer, the Indiana Republican Party chairman. The Hoosier State is proud this morning. Proud on the day after the 104th running of the Indianapolis 500 to be the global capital of racing. Proud to produce the best basketball in the world with legends like Larry Bird, Oscar Robertson, and Bobby Knight. Proud to have one of the strongest and most popular state leaders in the country in our governor, Eric Holcomb. Proud that Indiana was first on the board in 2016 for our president, Donald J. Trump. But what we are most proud of today is that Indiana's own Michael R. Pence has been nominated as Vice President of the United States of America. This November, Indiana will once again be the first state called to keep the Trump-Pence administration in the White House for 4 more years. Indiana is proud to cast all of our 58 votes to keep America great again by unanimously supporting Donald J. Trump for President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the regulation of this convention, Indiana cast 58 votes, President Trump. Iowa, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40 for President Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. President, first of all, on behalf of all Iowans, our deepest sympathies and condolences to you and the First family for the loss of your brother, Robert. May his memory be eternal, sir. As you know, Iowa on August 10th experienced a devastating derecho storm, but Iowans are resilient. We thank you and our representatives for the swift, decisive, and continued action, which was done in record speed. Mr. President, I'm a CEO and entrepreneur. On election night in 2016, I had 400 employees. Today, we have almost 4,000. Thanks to your explosive economic policies. In short, sir, you're crushing it. With that said, the most enthusiastic state chairman in all of the GOP, Jeff Kaufman, and I are honored to report that on behalf of our widely popular governor, Kim Reynolds, Senator Grassley, Senator Joni Ernst, our 40 delegates, and our amazing congressional ticket, Ashley Hinson, Marionette Miller Meeks, David Young, and Randy Feenstra, that the great state of Iowa fully sends, unanimously, all of our votes to renominate you to lead our country, America, under God for 4 more years. Mr. President and Vice President, you're rehired.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Iowa cast 40 votes, President Trump. Kansas, 39 delegates with the following bound delegates. 39, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the great state of Kansas, the wheat state,
where, as our great country is celebrating the centennial of women's right to vote, in Kansas, we celebrate that Kansas Republicans were electing Republican women to office before there was a 19th Amendment. On behalf of our farmers and our ranchers who feed the world and produce the most wheat of any state in our country, on behalf of those that participate in the air capital, Kansas, and where aviation pioneer Amelia Earhart was a resident. Thank you, President Trump, for making America great and making Kansas great. Madam Secretary, Kansas is proud to cast its vote, all 39 votes, for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Kansas cast 39 votes, President Trump. Kentucky, 46 delegates with the following bound delegates. 46, President Trump.
I am Casey Crosby, the National Committee Woman from the state of Kentucky. Madam Secretary, the Commonwealth of Kentucky is proud to call him our own. We will re-elect the United States Senator from Kentucky, our leader, Mitch McConnell. Together, President Trump and Mitch McConnell have completely transformed the judicial system. Just imagine what they can do in another term. So it is with great pride from the state that is known for the best bourbon in the world and the fastest horses that we are proud to cast all 46 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of the convention, Kentucky cast 46 votes, President Trump. Louisiana, 46 delegates with the following bound delegates. 46 for President Trump.
Madam Chairman, I'm Ross Little Jr. of Louisiana, home of America's national champion football team, also home of our great oil and gas industry, who has been freed up from silly regulations by President Trump, but where Joe Biden would put us under the yoke of bondage once again. Louisiana, also the home of thousands of hunters across our state, where Joe Biden would threaten with taking away guns and ammo. Louisiana is a pro-life state where we love both mother and child, but where Joe Biden is hiding in the dark, waiting to take the lives of our unborn babies. Louisiana, where businesses have thrived for the past 3 years as a result of President Trump's tax cuts, but where Joe Biden is threatening with higher taxes and the dreariness of socialism. Madam Chairman, Louisiana proudly casts its 46 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Louisiana cast 46 votes, President Trump. Maine, 22 delegates with the following bound delegates. 22, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, from down east Maine of the first sunrise to the woodlands of Maine that provide a great living for many Maine people, to our agriculture that has the best tasting potatoes in the nation, to our fishermen whose daily catches love throughout the world, to our many Maine industries that are working with President Trump to provide PPE and testing equipment to get our nation through this pandemic. For Susan Collins a senator, a true native Mainer, who has and always will be supportive of Maine businesses. As chairman, I, Jonathan Kinney, proudly cast 22 Maine votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Maine cast 22 votes for President Donald Trump. Maryland, 38 delegates with the following bound delegates. 38, President Trump.
I'm David Bossie, chairman of the Maryland delegation. George Washington resigned his commission in the Continental Army in our State House in Annapolis to become our nation's first president. And Maryland is home to Brookville, which served as the capital of the United States in 1814 for a day when the British Army was burning the White House. Maryland is home to the United States Naval Academy. Iron Man Cal Ripken, the greatest slugger of all time, Babe Ruth, Olympians Katie Ledecky and Michael Phelps, and the two-time Super Bowl champion Baltimore Ravens. From the mountains of Western Maryland to the beaches of Ocean City, to the Chesapeake Bay and our world-class crabs, Maryland is America in miniature. Maryland is home of the Underground Railroad and two of our greatest abolitionists, Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. Maryland, home of Francis Scott Key, who penned our Star-Spangled Banner during the British assault on Fort McHenry, is proud to cast its 38 votes for the man who puts America first and will keep America great, President Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Maryland cast 38 votes, President Trump. Massachusetts, 41 delegates with the following bound delegates. 41, President Trump.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm Sheriff Tom Hodgson, chairman of the Trump re-election campaign and co-chairman of America's Sheriffs for Trump. Madam Chairwoman, Massachusetts is the home of the mighty Minutemen and Paul Revere, who bravely and courageously helped to create our republic. We are the home of the 2nd, 6th, 35th, and 41st presidents of the United States. And we are the home of a long history of patriots like Samuel Adams and Benjamin Franklin, who acted to preserve our liberties and our Constitution of the United States. Madam Secretary, in keeping with our long history of patriots defending and preserving our liberties and our Constitution, Massachusetts proudly and enthusiastically casts our 41 votes for one of the greatest patriots in the history of this nation, our President, Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of the convention, Massachusetts cast 41 votes, President Trump. Michigan, 73 delegates with the following bound delegates. 73, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Laura Cox, chairman of the nation's oldest Republican Party. Michigan put the world on wheels, the heart of the arsenal of democracy, and Jackson, Michigan is the birthplace of the Republican Party. We are the proud home state of President Gerald R. Ford, Secretary Betsy DeVos, and Secretary Ben Carson. And let's not forget, we are the home state of the most awesome Republican Party chair, Ronna McDaniel. Ronna shocked the world in 2016 when she flipped Michigan to red for President Donald J. Trump. And make no mistake, this year, Michigan is going to stay red for President Donald J. Trump, and we're going to put John James in the U.S. Senate. Madam Secretary, Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is going to cast all 73 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Michigan cast 73 votes for President Trump. Minnesota, 39 delegates with the following bound delegates. 39, President Trump.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm chairman of the Minnesota delegation. I was born and raised in Minnesota, and we grew up with God, we grew up with family values and our 10,000 lakes and a lot of traditional moral values. But Minnesota has been blue since 1972. This actually made us in Minnesota feel like the song Bluer Than Blue, very sad. This year, the terrible Democratic leadership in Minnesota made some of the worst decisions in history. This manifested into destruction of so much of my great state and country. With Democratic leadership being exposed for what it is, and President Trump's great pragmatic leadership, we will win Minnesota. Traditional Democrats are flipping in Minnesota, and now they are Democrats for Trump. Just this week, the polls are now even in Minnesota. We are one nation under God, and I am proud to give all 39 Minnesota delegates to the greatest president ever.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Minnesota cast 39 votes for President Donald Trump. Mississippi, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40, President Trump.
I'm Lucian Smith, the chairman of the Mississippi Republican Party. On behalf of our delegation chairman, Governor Tate Reeves, who cannot be here today because he's returned to the state to prepare as storms gather in the Gulf of Mexico, the great state of Mississippi, the birthplace of B.B. King and Elvis Presley, of William Faulkner, Eudora Welty, and Richard Wright, the state where the first heart transplant and first lung transplants in the world took place, the state where the rockets that will propel man to Mars and beyond are perfected at Stennis Space Center, and the state that this November will overwhelmingly vote to re-elect our president and return Cindy Hyde Smith to the Senate, proudly cast 40 votes to nominate Donald J. Trump for president.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Mississippi cast 40 votes President Trump. Missouri, 54 delegates with the following bound delegates. 54, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, beautiful Missouri, home of mighty, historic rivers, fertile plains, and rolling hills, where agriculture is our #1 industry. The gateway of the West, the Cave State, the home of the Pony Express and the Santa Fe Trail, and the home of the reigning Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the home of the 2019 Stanley Cup champs, the St. Louis Blues. With our 2 outstanding United States Senators, Roy Blunt and Josh Hawley, and our outstanding Governor, Mike Parson, beautiful Missouri is proud to cast its 54 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Missouri cast 54 votes President Trump. Montana, 27 delegates with the following band delegates. 27, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Don Kaltschmidt. I come from the great state of Montana. It's often been called the Big Sky Country, the Treasure State, and the last best place. But currently, we are affectionately calling it Trump-tana. We're the home of the tribes, the American Indian tribes, the agriculture, timber, beef, oil, and coal, recreational activities and culture, the Rocky Mountains, rolling hills, and streams, lakes, and great rivers, huckleberries and Yogo sapphires, grizzlies and bobcats, military veterans, cowboys, farmers, and workers of recreation and industry. We fish, we hunt, we boat, and we have at least 5 guns in every home. And we love the Second Amendment, and we love you, President Trump. Montana affectionately and enthusiastically gives its 27 votes to the next President Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Montana cast 27 votes, President Trump. Nebraska, 36 delegates with the following band delegates. 36, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, great to be here with you today. I'm Dan Welch, Chairman of the Nebraska Republican Party. Nebraska is the Cornhusker State. We're the big red state and home to some of the greatest people in the world. I'm joined by some of those people, National Committee man J.L. Spray, National Committee woman Lydia Brosh. I'm also with delegates, fellow delegates, Cindy Allen, Ron Schmidt, and Teresa Thibodeau. On behalf of them, great Nebraska Republicans, our great governor, Pete Ricketts, and my little Republicans at home, Wyatt and Barrett Welch, 3 and 4 years old, we're doing this for them and their future. I cast 36 votes for the current and next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Madam Secretary, the chair calls for a temporary suspension of the roll call. The chair recognizes Governor Scott Walker from the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my honor to nominate our friend Mike Pence to serve as Vice President of these United States for 4 more years. While Joe Biden has outsourced his agenda to the radical left, including Senator Harris, whose voting record, according to Newsweek, is actually more liberal than Bernie Sanders. That's right, Joe Biden's running mate is actually to the left of a self-identified socialist. Meanwhile, Mike Pence, a successful governor from America's heartland, is the perfect partner for our president as they take on the Washington establishment, an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for nearly 50 years. That makes Joe Biden a creature of the swamp. Mike Pence is helping Donald Trump drain that swamp, and we need them there for 4 more years. Mike Pence is respected by governors and mayors and medical professionals all across this nation because of his leadership of the White House Task Force on Coronavirus. Mike Pence helped the people of Indiana see their tax relief as governor, and now as vice president, he's helped our president, Donald Trump, pass one of the largest tax cuts in American history, a tax cut that helps nearly every taxpayer in this country, a tax cut that Joe Biden wants to repeal. Mike Pence believes in the sanctity of life. He always has, and he always will. And he's a big reason why this administration is more pro-life than any in the history of this country. Mike Pence believes that every child, no matter where they come from or what they look like, every child deserves access to an excellent education, be it at a traditional public school, a charter school, a private school with a voucher or a scholarship or a tax credit or even a homeschool environment. He understands that he trusts parents to make the right choice for their children. And Mike Pence believes in public safety. He will defend our constitutional right to protect ourselves, our families, and our property. And he supports public safety when it comes to not what Joe Biden supporters often talk about, defunding the police, but rather defending the police. Mike Pence will always stand with the good and decent men of law and women of law enforcement who protect us every single day. And Mike Pence understands the service and the sacrifice of our military. He understands the pride and the prayers of our military families because he's a part of one. You see, America deserves an outstanding vice president like Mike Pence, and it's up to all of us to ensure that he is just that for the next 4 years. But let me take a moment to tell you about Mike Pence, the person. While he respects others' traditions, Mike is guided by his Christian faith. He loves our Lord, and he loves all who are created in God's image. His faith brought him together with his wonderful wife, Karen, who was an outstanding First Lady in Indiana and who will continue to be an exceptional Second Lady for the United States of America. Mike always asks about my sons, Matt and Alex, because he understands the importance of family. He is so proud of his 3 children and increasingly now of their spouses. He is so proud of Michael and Charlotte and Audrey. I think the only thing he could possibly be more proud of is when God blesses him and Karen with grandchildren in the future. And he is devoted to his friends. I remember in the past when he called to see how my mother was doing, I told him that I was standing with her in the emergency room. Mike asked me to pass the phone over to my mother, and I watched as he talked to her, as he comforted her, as he prayed with her. And then, a few minutes later, my mom got another call, this time from the president. You see, Mike had walked down to the Oval Office and asked the president to give her a call. That's the kind of person Mike Pence is. He's Midwest nice. He's Midwest nice, but he's strong. Oftentimes, the media doesn't understand how Donald Trump and Mike Pence can be such a great team. But I got to tell you, they're a lot alike. Both are successful chief executives. Both are doers, not just talkers. And both have a deep and abiding love for America and for the American people. That's why both of them were in Wisconsin last week during the Democrats' convention while Joe Biden was hanging out in his basement in Delaware. Delaware, the place that he hasn't left, not just to go crisscross the country, but he hasn't even been to Wisconsin one time since the start of his campaign for president. Mike Pence and Donald Trump will come back, not just to Wisconsin, but to North Carolina and every other place across this country. Please join with me with showing our support for the current and future Vice President of these United States, Mike Pence.
Delegates, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States of America, Mike Pence.
Well, hello, Charlotte. To Madam Chairman, Marshall Lee Kelly, the Republican delegates from all across America, it is a joy to be with you at the 20 2020 Republican National Convention here in North Carolina. And I want to thank you all for that warm welcome. But I also want to thank a great friend of mine who was a great leader in the state of Wisconsin and is one of the great conservative voices in our party today. Would you join me in thanking Governor Scott Walker for those wonderful and gracious words? It's deeply humbling for me to come to you on a day like today. I heard there was a unanimous vote a little bit earlier. And I'll have more to say about that at Fort McHenry on Wednesday night. But let me just say, a moment like this in my life, I just can't help but think of those ancient words. Who am I? And who is my family that you've brought us this far? And I want to thank you for the honor of this day. But I heard you were all down here in Charlotte doing some business. The beginning of a great week for the Republican National Convention. But I got to be honest with you, I'm here for one reason and one reason only. And that is not just the Republican Party, but America needs 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It was 4 years ago that all of you gathered here made it possible for America to have a fresh start. You knew we could be strong again. You knew we could be prosperous again. You knew we could have a president who put America first again, and in 2016 you elected President Donald Trump to the White House. And think of all we've done. We revived this economy through cutting taxes, rolling back regulations, unleashing American energy, and fighting for free and fair trade. And after years of budget cuts, this president rebuilt our military. We restored the arsenal of democracy, and we're once again giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Space Force the resources that they need to defend this nation every day. We've stood up for the rule of law and for our most cherished liberties. This president has seen, with your support, more than 200 men and women confirmed to our federal courts at every level, and they are all conservatives who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. But today is about 4 more years. This week we will take our case to the American people. And we certainly heard the Democrats' case last week. It's remarkable to think. And you understand when you listen carefully to their agenda, beyond the platitudes and the attitude, you hear an agenda. That Joe Biden and the Democratic Party have been overtaken by the radical left. Their agenda is higher taxes, socialized medicine, open borders, abortion on demand, and cutting funding to the men and women who serve in law enforcement at every level. Well, we're going to take our case to the American people. It's a case of lower taxes, free market economics, secure borders, right to life, and we're going to make it clear that this president, this vice president, and this party will always stand with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement. We're going to back the blue. You know, I don't have to tell you here at the Republican National Convention, the choice in this election has never been clearer, and the stakes have never been higher. And we'll be taking our case to the American people this week, but it'll be you and the millions of Americans involved in our party in every state and territory of this nation who will be carrying that message to the phone lines and to the front doorsteps of the American people. And it's the reason why I wanted to be here today. And it's the reason why I got a good feeling you might just see a friend of mine at the Republican National Convention today. Because we wanted to say thank you. We wanted to say thank you for all the work that you have done and all the work that you will continue to do on the days ahead. In the car on the way here after I landed in Charlotte, I was on the phone with more than 5,000 volunteers all across America. We're going to be getting people together in your state and in every state and territory across this land. We already have the largest grassroots campaign in American history, and we're going to secure 2 million volunteers before Election Day. As it really is about re-electing this president for 4 more years, but it's also about an agenda. It's about an agenda that made America prosperous, more prosperous than ever before this great global pandemic struck our nation. More Americans were working than ever before. We were setting records in this economy left and right. And in the midst of this pandemic, as I'll speak about Wednesday night, the leadership of this president and the compassion of the American people shone forth. And we'll continue to work every day until we put this coronavirus in the past. And when we re-elect President Donald Trump, remember it's going to be 4 more years. That means more jobs. 4 more years means more judges. 4 more years means more support for our troops and our cops. And it's going to take at least 4 more years to drain that swamp. So, men and women of the Republican National Convention, it's on. Now is the time. This is the moment for each of us to do everything that we can in our power to re-elect this president, this team, for 4 more years. But let's also do our part to re-elect and elect Republicans up and down the ballot. Let's re-elect a Republican majority in the United States Senate, and let's make sure that Leader Kevin McCarthy is Speaker. Kevin McCarthy in a new Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives. So we've all got work to do, and I know you're up to the task. I saw the way this party, this movement, led our nation back in 2016, and I just know each and every one of you are going to do your part this year to reelect this president and elect and reelect Republicans with strong, sound, conservative principles every day. Because, you know, I heard the other day that democracy is on the ballot. But I think we all know the economy is on the ballot. Law and order is on the ballot. Our most cherished ideals of freedom and free markets are on the ballot. That's why we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. So I'm going to slip away because I have a feeling somebody else will be here before too long. And as I said, I'll have more to say about the action that you took today come Wednesday night at Fort McHenry. But I mean to tell you, it's the greatest honor of my life to be your vice president. And I'm going to work my heart out to be your vice president for 4 more years. And I'm absolutely convinced that if all of us do all that we need to do between now and November 3rd, if we organize, if we mobilize, if we hit the phones, if we hit the doorsteps, if we do our part in every state and every territory of this country, we're going to elect and re-elect Republican leaders all across this land. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years, and with your continued support and with God's help, we're going to make America great again. Again. Thank you all very much. An honor to be with you today. God bless the Republican Party, and God bless the United States of America.
We will continue with the roll call of the states. And pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Nebraska cast 36 votes for President Donald Trump. Nevada, 25 delegates with the following bound delegates. 25, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Chairman Michael J. McDonald from the great state of Nevada. Home to Congressman Mark Amodei. Home to the Las Vegas Knights. Home to the Las Vegas Raiders. Nevada's battle-born state. Admitted to the Union by our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, just 1 week before the election in 1864. From the energy of Las Vegas, across the Great Basin to the majestic Sierra, crowned by the jewel of Lake Tahoe, Nevada is truly a land blessed by God, and we are privileged to call it home. All 47 members of our delegation worked hard and sacrificed to become elected, to come to North Carolina to re-elect our president. But due to the restrictions, they cannot be with us. although they are not in this room, they are here in spirit, and they fully support our great president. So on behalf of our National Committeewoman, Michelle Fiore, our National Committeeman, Jim DeGraffenreid, the state of Nevada proudly cast all 25 votes for the re-election of Donald J. Trump as President of the United States.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Nevada cast 25 votes, President Trump. New Hampshire, 22 delegates with the following bound delegates. 22, President Trump.
Madam Chairman, I'm Corey Lewandowski, and I am the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation. On behalf of the people of New Hampshire, the Granite State, the first in the nation primary state, a state that picks presidents, the state that delivered the president's first victory in 2016, the state where our motto comes from General John Stark, who said, "Live free or die." New Hampshire is the state of such luminaries as Senator Daniel Webster and brave Americans like Krista McAuliffe. We are home to the first American in space, Alan Shepard, and Baseball Hall of Famer Carlton Fisk, whose game-winning home run in the 1975 World Series is remembered as one of the greatest moments in sports history. New Hampshire is known for our maple syrup, comedian Adam Sandler, poet Robert Frost, and New York Times best-selling author Corey Lewandowski. New Hampshire, the state that called the 14th President Franklin Pierce home, and the state of hard-working, God-loving Americans who stand for the flag and kneel only for God. Madam Chairman, I hereby cast all 22 delegates to my friend and the President of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New Hampshire cast 22 votes to President Donald J. Trump. New Jersey, 49 delegates with the following bound delegates. 49, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, President Trump and Vice President Pence have kept their promises to the American people, and New Jersey's delegation is proud to nominate them for 4 more years. I'm Doug Steinhardt, Chairman of the New Jersey Republican Party. On behalf of the Garden State, proud home of Alice Paul, Thomas Edison, Frank Sinatra, and the beautiful Jersey Shore, I am pleased to announce that New Jersey's 49 delegates are given to Donald J. Trump for President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, New Jersey cast 49 votes for President Trump. New Mexico, 22 delegates with the following bound delegates. 22, President Trump.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the good people of the state of New Mexico, a land of blue skies, limitless horizons, and unending vistas, a land where faith, freedom, and family dominate our values. We all saw Mr. Trump come down that escalator, and he gave voice to the fears and anguish that we all felt for this country. And then he began to speak words of strength and purpose, words like courage and liberty, prosperity, truth, hope, and life. And we saw him begin to rebuild this country. And then we saw that rebuilding interrupted by the COVID-19. So now we have a choice to continue the rebuilding, the revival, the renewing of this great land. New Mexico is proud to vote for that renewal, that revival, by casting its 22 votes for Donald J. Trump, the next President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, New Mexico cast 22 votes for President Trump. New York, 94 delegates with the following bound delegates. 94, President Trump.
Hello, my name is Nick Langworthy. I'm proud to serve as chairman of the New York Republican Party. New York is the proud birthplace of our great president, Donald J. Trump. It is where he raised his family, where he built his business. Our president embodies what it means to be New York tough. And when New York was facing some of its darkest hours a few months ago, our president stepped up and delivered for the people of the state of New York. The sight of the hospital ship USS Comfort sailing into our harbors gave a clear and bold message to the people of our state that our president was there to support us. Even our governor, Andrew Cuomo, congratulated him and thanked him for that tremendous support. And it was a terrible shame last week when that same governor went to his party's convention and lied about our president's leadership in this crisis. But New York is what's in turmoil, from our bloated budget deficits to our economy in free fall. We have crime ravaging our streets. That is what America would see if it allowed Biden-Harris to run this country. We need to send a loud and clear message. New York is proud to stand up and say, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership for New York. Thank you for fighting for us with that true New York grit. We have your back, and we are proud to cast our 94 delegate votes for our president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New York cast 94 votes for President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, 71 delegates with the following bound delegates. 71, President Trump.
History is made in North Carolina with our first settlements in the late 1580s and as one of the original 13 colonies. History was made May 20th, 1775 with the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, declaring our independence from British rule a full year before the U.S. Declaration of Independence. History was made in 1795 with the first public university in America, the University of North Carolina. Today, it's the home of North Carolina A&T State University, the largest historic black college in America. History was made in 1903 when the Wright brothers, two boys from Ohio, came to the superior climate of North Carolina to try their new flying contraption. History was made in 1922 when WBT became first commercial radio stations in the country and is still broadcasting today just a few miles down the street. History was made in 2010 when, for the first time since the Civil War, Republicans won the control of both the North Carolina House and Senate, and while they inherited close to $6 billion in debt and budget deficits from the Democrats, they quickly turned that into an $11 billion surplus while passing the largest tax cut in North Carolina history. The Carolina comeback is real, and it continues, and it will get better when we elect Dan Forest as our next governor, and we return Senator Thom Tillis to the Senate. And history will be made in 2020 when North Carolina leads the nation in re-electing President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina proudly cast all 71 votes for President Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, North Carolina cast 71 votes, President Trump. North Dakota, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is John Trandom, Chairman of the North Dakota delegation. North Dakota is home to the biggest Republican in this room, outgoing National Committee woman Sandy Beeler. We're thankful for her service. North Dakota is the safest state in the nation because we respect life, because we value family as the cornerstone of our society, because we support private enterprise, because we exercise our Second Amendment rights, because we stand for our flag, for our military, for our police, and because we prayerfully support our president and vice president. North Dakota's 29 delegates proudly cast all of their votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of the procedures of the convention, North Dakota cast 29 votes for President Donald Trump. The Northern Mariana Islands, 9 delegates with the following bound delegates. 9 for President Trump.
Hafaday from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, the only territory with a Republican governor and a Republican majority in our legislature. In early March of 2016, Governor Torres proudly endorsed Donald J. Trump for president, becoming the only territory governor to do so and the 3rd governor nationwide. Unlike previous administrations, President Trump has never turned his back on our islands and our people, almost 8,000 miles away from Washington, D.C. President Trump and his administration have greatly helped us recover from 2 devastating typhoons. Our people are deeply patriotic, and our sons and daughters proudly step up and serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, making us one of the highest per capita in the nation. Tourism is our primary economy, and we strongly encourage everyone to visit our deep blue oceans and beautiful beaches. On behalf of Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres and the entire Republican Party of the CNMI, Madam Secretary, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is proud to cast its 9 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Northern Mariana Islands cast 9 votes, President Trump. Ohio, 82 delegates with the following bound delegates. 82, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I stand for the state of Ohio. Birthplace of presidents, father of aviation, and mother of astronauts, home to working men and women who appreciate a president that puts America first, a president who defends our brave law enforcement officers. I am Bob Paduchik, son of Anthony and Judy Paduchik, and I cast Ohio's 82 votes for Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Ohio cast 82 votes for President Trump. Oklahoma, 43 delegates with the following bound delegates. 43, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, this is Steve Curry, Delegation Chair from the great state of Oklahoma, the state which proudly provides the Senate with its 2 great senators, Senator James Inhofe and James Lankford, who are strong advocates and defenders for our national defense and for the protection of unborn lives. The state which proudly and unapologetically supports our military and the thin blue line of police officers which devote their lives to protect and serve. The state where we understand the difference between peaceful demonstration and riots and looting. That freedom is not available to you if you can't go to your place of business or drive down the street without fear of being beaten. The state where its people recognize and hold dear the rights given to us by our Creator and not by government, yet enshrined for us in the Bill of Rights, which includes, among others, speech, press, religion, and the right for our own self-defense and the right to bear arms. The state in which all 77 counties voted for President Donald Trump in 2016 and will do so again in 2020. Madam Secretary, our chairman, David McLean, along with our National Committeewoman, Carolyn McClarty, delegates Pam Pollard and Charlie Potts, and the rest of our entire delegation, cast its 43 votes for the current and next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Oklahoma cast 43 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Oregon, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 28, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, Oregon, a state with a proven pioneering tradition and breathtaking natural beauty, has benefited greatly from President Trump's America First policy over the last 3.5 years, resulting in more and better jobs and an improved economy for our citizens. In stark contrast to our failed governor and the feckless mayor of Portland, along with the Democrat presidential candidate in hiding, President Trump has stood up to the violent thugs and denounced those who seek to destabilize our state with anarchy and destruction, giving us hope that we can make Oregon safe again. And even though COVID-19 has reduced the size of this convention, it has not reduced our enthusiasm for renominating President Trump and Vice President Pence for 4 more years. The Oregon delegation believes that the best is yet to come and is therefore proud to cast all 28 of our votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Oregon cast 28 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Pennsylvania, 88 delegates with the following bound delegates. 88, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Lou Barletta, Chairman of the Pennsylvania delegation. I'm honored to represent the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, also known as the Keystone State. As one of the first members of Congress to endorse then-candidate Donald Trump, Pennsylvania was the keystone that put Donald J. Trump in the White House with its electoral votes at 2 a.m. on election night, and we will do that again in 2020. I'm proud to cast Pennsylvania's 88 votes for the president that will make sure that we kneel when we pray and we stand for the flag, President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Pennsylvania cast 88 votes, President Donald Trump. Puerto Rico, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates. 23, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Kevin Romero, and I'm the youngest delegation chair in this great and historic convention. The territory of Puerto Rico and us, in representation of 3.2 million strong and resilient American citizens, and to express our gratitude to our president and our amazing nation, with a view of achieving statehood, equality, and our shared American prosperity, and reminding us all of the bloodshed and the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans and all the patriots that have served our great American armed forces, we proudly cast all our 23 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Puerto Rico cast 23 votes, President Donald Trump. Rhode Island, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 19, President Trump.
Rhode Island, the ocean state where we like to make waves, as evidenced just yesterday by the hundreds of boats that cruised Narragansett Bay to rally for President Donald Trump. We have a long history of being rebels, from our founding on the basis of religious freedom to the independent man standing atop our state house. As the minority party in the smallest state, we carry on the tradition by standing up to the tyranny of 8 decades of one-party rule. We put forth common sense policies to help everyday Rhode Islanders who love coffee, milk, and doughboys, dip their clam cakes in chowder, celebrate the nation's oldest 4th of July parade, cherish our memories of Rocky Point, light the water on fire, and yes, we eat a lot of calamari Rhode Island style. We believe in promises made and promises kept, and we know that the best is yet to come. So the biggest little delegation of the state of Rhode Island proudly stands united to cast our 19 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Rhode Island cast 19 votes, President Donald J. Trump. South Carolina, 50 delegates, bound for President Donald Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Henry McMaster, delegate and governor of the great state of South Carolina, where my wife Peggy and I are proud owners of 2 of Mike Lindell's pillars. South Carolina is also the home of the first in the South Republican primary, presidential primary. We were settled in 1670, and if Donald Trump had been around then, we'd have voted for him then. So today we proudly and happily cast all 50 of our votes for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, South Carolina cast 50 votes, President Donald J. Trump. South Dakota, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I am Kristi Noem. And I am proud to be the first female governor of the great state of South Dakota. We have the beautiful Black Hills, the greatest pheasant hunting in the world, and we have Mount Rushmore, the most iconic monument in this nation. And it is honoring leaders that led this nation through challenging times. South Dakota is proud to be the home of Medal of Honor recipient, fighter pilot, and former Governor Joe Foss. We also are proud of the great Lakota leader, Sitting Bull, and author Laura Ingalls Wilder. In South Dakota, under God, the people rule. Our government respects people's rights. We love our freedoms, and we honor the men and women who have come before us to build this great nation. We are grateful to President Trump for bringing fireworks back to Mount Rushmore. He's brought jobs to our towns, and he puts America first each and every day. On behalf of South Dakota's 29 delegates, I proudly cast all of our votes for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
South Dakota cast 29 delegates for Donald J. Trump. Madam Secretary, if there is no objection, the chair will call the next state to cast its vote. I will call on the great state of Florida to cast its vote for the Republican nominee for President of the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, Joe Gruters, Chairman of the great state of Florida, home to over 21 million people, including our 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We're known as the Sunshine State. We have the best beaches in the world. They're second to none. We have a great economy, and we have no income tax. We believe in the great American comeback, and we believe there is one leader that will deliver us prosperity once again, that will defend the rule of law, and that will bring great things back to our country. Florida is home to America's #1 anti-communist freedom-fighting Senator Marco Rubio. We're home to America's #1 senator in terms of the economy and jobs, and who's making Washington work for us again, Senator Rick Scott. And we're home to America's favorite governor, Ron DeSantis, who signed the toughest sanctuary city ban in the entire country. And he welcomes over 1,000 people a day from failed leadership states like New York, including individuals like our new favorite son, Donald J. Trump. It's for the 122 delegates that are back at home and the over 5 million Republicans that we have registered. And it is an honor for us to award Florida's 122 delegate votes to the next President of the United States to delay his full-time relocation back to his home state of Florida, Donald J. Trump, for the President of the United States.
Now, if you want to really drive him crazy, you say 12 more years. Because we caught them doing some really bad things in 2016. Let's see what happens. We caught them doing some really bad things. We have to be very careful because they're trying it again with this whole 80 million mail-in ballots that they're working on, sending them out to people that didn't ask for them. They didn't ask, they just get them. And it's not fair, and it's not right, and it's not going to be possible to tabulate, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. We have to be very, very careful. And you have to watch, every one of you have to watch. Because bad things happened last time with the spying on our campaign, and that goes to Biden, and that goes to Obama. And we have to be very, very careful. Have to be very, very careful. And this time they're trying to do it with the whole post office scam. They'll blame it on the post office. You could see them setting it up. Be very careful and watch it very carefully, because we have to win. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is the most, you know, for a long period of time, I would say, well, 2016, how special was that evening? Was that one of the great? That was one of the great evenings. But we have to be very, very careful, and we have to win. Our country is counting on it. This is the biggest. This is it. Our country can go in a horrible, horrible direction or in an even greater direction. And before the plague came in from China, that's where we were going. We were going in a direction like we had never seen. The most successful economy in the history of our country, the best unemployment numbers in history for African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, college students, bad students, good students, everybody. If you had a diploma, if you didn't have a diploma, it didn't matter, you were doing well. Everybody was doing well. And we were actually coming together. You know, success brings people together, maybe better than anything else. Success brings people. So many times they say, we're divided. Well, we were very divided under President Obama, very divided. People have no idea how divided. They didn't talk about it as much. They didn't say it as much. But we were really coming together. And I was speaking with Democrats all of a sudden because the success, the markets were at an all-time high. And by the way, take a look at what's happening with the markets. Take a look at your 401ks, which you probably do every hour. Take a look at your stocks. We're very close to breaking the record, and NASDAQ has already done it. You know, NASDAQ has broken the record, I think, 16 times already during a pandemic. Hopefully we'll call it the final phase of a pandemic. You know, Biden the other day said, no, he'd shut it down. He'd listen to some guy say, and he'd shut it down. We just broke a record on jobs, an all-time record. There's never been 3 months where we've put more people to work, over 9 million people. And again, we're just about ready to break the all-time stock market record. I mean, you look at it, we're just about ready to do it again. And what that means is everything else is going to follow. Very smart on Wall Street. Everything else is going to be there. The economy is coming up very rapidly. Our farmers are doing well. Our farmers are doing well because I got China to give them $28 billion because they were targeted by China. I got the farmers $28 billion, 16 and 12. That's why. So in spite of the pandemic, and our farmers did a great job in supplying food and all of the difficulties during this period of time, but we're getting ready to do things like nobody's ever seen before. But the best way to bring unity is success. Success brings unity, and we were there, and then we got hit with the plague. But we won't forget that. I just want to thank the people of North Carolina because, to be honest with you, I felt an obligation to be here. You have a governor who's in a total shutdown mood. I guarantee on November 4th, it'll all open up. It'll be fine, like most other states. On November 4th, you know, these Democrat governors, they love shutdown until after the election's over because they want to make our numbers look as bad as possible for the economy. But our numbers are looking so good. And frankly, I used to say a V, and people would say, well, maybe not. I don't think so. Some would say, no way. We have a super V. You're right. It's now looking like it's a super V. Our automobile numbers are incredible, both used cars and brand new cars. Our manufacturing numbers incredible. We're putting a lot of manufacturing jobs to work that the previous administration said you'd need a magic wand. You'd need a magic wand for manufacturing jobs. I don't think so. I guess we had the magic wand, that's all. But we're putting them, again, we're putting them back, we're bringing them back. But think of your life just prior to the plague coming in. It was the best it's ever been. Your state had the best numbers they've ever had by far. And we had the best employment numbers also. We were up to 160 million jobs. We were never anywhere near that. And then we had to shut it down. We saved millions and millions of lives. We learned the enemy. We learned all about the invisible enemy, how it affects really people that are older, especially older people, the elderly, but older people with problems with heart, with diabetes, with other problems. And we learned, and most of the country is right now doing very, very well. They've done an incredible job. And to have a man sitting on television the other day say, oh, I'd shut it down. Oh, I'd shut it, like it's easy, shut it down. And by the way, when you shut it down, and we did the exact right thing, we shut it down, then we reopened, and that's what we're doing now. We're well into it. But if we didn't shut it down at that point, we would have had millions of people dead. Millions of people. You see the numbers. The job that Mike Pence and the task force and all of us together have done has been incredible, what we've done, what we've achieved. Whether it's ventilators, whether it's supplying equipment to governors that were totally ill-prepared. Many of the governors were totally ill-prepared. Nobody wants to say that, but it's supposed to work that way, Federalist. It's supposed to work that way. The governors are supposed to do it. Many of them did a fine job, and many of them came back well. But most of them didn't have the equipment that they should have had. Few of them had the ventilators, which are very, very complex machines and hard to make and hard to manufacture and expensive. And we're right now making thousands of ventilators a month, and we're sending them. We have all we can use. Our whole country, every state, we're stocked. We're stocked. And I always say it, I'll say it again. There's never been a person that needed a ventilator that didn't get a ventilator. Every single person that's ever needed a ventilator, with all that you've heard, with how much, they said we didn't have. Again, I took over a country whose military was depleted and whose cupboard on this front were bare. The cupboards were bare. We didn't have anything. We didn't have a thing. We had very, very little. And we did a great job. We haven't been given, and it's not for me, it's for the incredible people, the generals, the admirals, all of the doctors, the nurses. And yet you saw yesterday convalescent plasma. You saw remdesivir. You'll soon see vaccines pouring out years ahead of what they would have been under a more traditional, let's use that term because it's nicer, a more traditional administration, where they would have taken years to come up with this stuff. We're coming up with it like nobody's ever seen before. The FDA, Dr. Hahn, I want to thank him. Alex Azar, I want to thank him. They've come with things and done things that have never been done in terms of speed and frankly in terms of quality. If you look at what we're doing and what we're coming up with, drug companies are coming out with vaccines that are, I've seen some results already. It's going to be very, very soon. They're in stage 3 trials. It's unheard of. We wouldn't be there for 2 years if this were a more normal situation. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. And again, I felt an obligation to come to North Carolina. It's been a place that that's been very good to me. We won a lot of victories here. I haven't been doing this that long, but I won every chance I had in North Carolina. I even stole a great chief of staff, Mark Meadows, right? I stole him from North Carolina. And he left Congress as a very popular guy. Could have been there for a long time if he wanted, and he came in. And by the way, you have a fantastic young gentleman going to take his place. He's a fantastic young guy, and he's going to be a real star in the party. He's going to be a real star in the party. So I just want to thank everybody from North Carolina. And I do want to show a little bit of a difference, because another state that's been very good to me is Wisconsin. And Joe Biden was going to have their convention in Milwaukee, and they didn't go there at all. They didn't do this. We did this out of respect for your state. We didn't do this for any other reason other than respect for the state of North Carolina, because we said we wanted to hold our convention in North Carolina, and I think you're going to remember that, frankly, on November 3rd. We wanted to hold our convention in North Carolina. So I did that out of respect. And if you had a governor that would have let us have some people. He actually told me this. We had an arena that holds 19,000 people. It was totally jammed, sold out. Every hotel was full, everything. And I called him. He said, but we have a shutdown going on, and according to the rules and regulations, now this is 19,000. He did say it. I don't think he'll deny it. But he said, according to the rules and regulations, the most people you're allowed to have in that room, meaning that arena, he viewed it as a room, is 10 people. I say, so Governor, so I'm at 19,000, you're at 10. Can we work something in the middle? And it didn't sound too good. So we really had no choice. It was a terrible thing, but I felt so badly because you could have, I mean, economic development money, all of the things that happened. But we decided, I was with Ronna, the vice president, everybody, Mark, and we said, let's have our big deal, the roll call. Let's have it right here, and let's do it. And I'm going to show up, and I'm not going to tell anybody. You know, until a few minutes ago, nobody knew I was coming, right? Nobody knew I was coming. So, but what's more important than the roll call? You're the ones calling it, so what's more important? So, and I have to tell you, you know, we're going to do a lot of things. I'm just going to go over very briefly because we're going to make a speech on Thursday night. I hope you're all going to be listening. I hope, because I came in and I'm on Air Force One, and Air Force One has more televisions than any plane in history. They've got them in closets. They've got them on ceilings, floors. They've got more television. You can't escape a television. And I turned to CNN, and they didn't have this. They weren't having it. Can you believe it? They didn't have it. No, CNN didn't have our roll call. Then I turned to MSDNC, as I call it. MSDNC, which is truly, it is a branch of the Democrats. That's right. It's a, I wouldn't say fully owned corporation, but it's certainly a fully controlled, or they control them. Nobody really knows who's controlling who. But, you know, they had it on television. I remember watching it, and it was interesting. You know, you see the different states, and we say this, and we say that. The great state of Alaska, the great state of Alabama, the great state of North Carolina, the great state of all of them. And it's very interesting to me. They had theirs on, but they didn't show it. Instead, they're showing the scam because they're trying to show the post office so that when their whole mail-in thing fizzles, they'll try blaming it on the post office. Okay, so they're showing these hearings that are very boring, actually. And they're not showing this either. They weren't showing this. And Fox had it on, but unfortunately Fox wasn't showing it too much because they had the announcers talking. I said, I want to hear what they're saying. The delegates, I want to hear what they're saying. So I think we had to switch over to C-SPAN or to OAN or somebody. But I wanted to hear them. But I can promise you, a few things. Number one, we will not be taking the word God out of the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? Like they did a number of times at their caucuses, so they took the word God out. I heard it. I was listening. I said, that's strange, you know, sort of weird. You've heard it all your life, right? Under God, under God. All of a sudden, those two words are missing. I said, oh, he must have made a mistake. He must have, maybe the teleprompter wasn't working, or his book wasn't working that I have right here. Something wasn't working. Must have made, but the problem was then the next day I heard it again. I said, that's not a mistake. That's pretty, and then they immediately went into a mode. No, we didn't mean that. No. We didn't say it for the convention. We didn't say it. No, that's where they're coming from. That's where they're coming from. You can say it or not say it. That is where they're coming from. Just like with energy, they don't want energy. Not working well in Texas, by the way. I just looked at a poll. And by the way, it just came out that we have received 51% in the big and very important Rasmussen poll. And my numbers actually went up during the Democratic National Convention, 51%. So think of it. Think of it. Thank you. I love this state. I like this place. And you're from all over the place, but this has been a good one for me. No, but think of it. So we're at 51% in Rasmussen. Do you read about it? Do you hear about it? You don't hear about it. They give you these suppression polls where they do registered voters instead of most likely. It's supposed to be likely. In other words, how about you? You're likely to vote. But how about you? You're registered, but I'm not voting. But see, under their plan, where they send these ballots, you don't have to want to vote. You get the ballot, And then they have harvesting. They get guys to go, do you want to vote? No, not really, but I have a ballot. All right, good. Who's it for? Sleepy Joe Biden. I'll put it here, son. Okay, could I have it? And they'll take it. In fact, harvesting is illegal in your state. They wanted to put a Republican, fine man, a pastor, they wanted to put him in jail because he harvested. Now they want to make harvesting legal all of a sudden. They'll put him in jail as a Republican, right? If he was a Democrat, they wouldn't even be thinking about it. In California, they do the same thing, no repercussion. In North Carolina, you had a fine pastor, a fine man, and they got him on harvesting. They wanted to put him in jail. And now they want to make it all so that everybody can harvest because they know it's not a good thing. So people that don't want to vote are going to be sitting there. They'll be making them, if you talk about 80 million ballots, it's 80 million, could even be higher than that. I used to say 51 million, now it's 80 million. They said, sir, you're a little obsolete with the 51. I said, all right, what is it? 80. I said, 80? How is it possible to think of it? They'll be sending them, they'll be dumping them in neighborhoods, there'll be people are going to be picking them up, they'll be bribing, they'll be paying off people to grab some. This is going to be one of the greatest scams, and it's common sense. This has nothing to do with politics. It's common sense. Anybody, you don't have to know politics. They're going to mail out 80 million ballots. It's impossible. They have no idea. Who's mailing them? Mostly Democrat states and Democrat governors. Well, supposing they don't mail them to Republican neighborhoods. That means they're not going to get them. So they're going to complain, and the election's going to be over, and then they're going to complain, and then they'll say, oh, well, we didn't get it, big deal. In the meantime, you might lose the election. This is the greatest scam in the history of politics, I think, and I'm talking about beyond our nation. And they act like they're aggrieved, like by saying this, we're saying such a horrible thing. We're not patriotic by saying this. No, we voted during World War I. We voted at the voting booth during World War II. The pandemic, we're doing very well, and people know how to handle it. Look at the crowds. They're doing very well. It's very safe. It's going to be very safe. If you have an absentee ballot where you request it, we're all in favor of that. Absentee, like in Florida, they have absentee is good. But other than that, they're very, very bad. There'll be millions of ballots. Take a look at New York, take a look at Virginia, take a look at New Jersey, all different cases. They just had one last night. Now they're thinking about recalling certain elections that took place with mail-in. And these are small little elections that are locally based, that are easy to run. Not millions, but thousands of ballots, thousands, hundreds of ballots. But these are small, and they can't control it. They said 23% of the ballots were defective. What does defective mean? It means fraud. It means a lot of things that we won't get into because I don't want to be accused. You see all the cameras back there? It's the fake news. I don't want to be accused of anything. But what it means is they're trying to steal the election from the Republicans. That's what it means. In a very, very nice way, I will tell you, they are trying to steal the election, just like they did it last time with spying, and we caught them, and that included President Obama, and that included let's be nice, Biden. This could only happen in North Carolina. But that included them, and they got caught. And then somebody said, well, what are you going to do? Well, we can't attack a president. Oh, I see. If it was me. They said, we can't attack a president. We caught him. We caught him cold. And they say, we can't attack. He was at meetings talking about it. And by the way, this was spying before and after. And I think it's a disgrace to our country. I think we can never let that happen again. But now they're doing something that in a certain way is more dangerous because it's more effective. They spied on my campaign. You know what they found? Nothing. But this is big stuff. This is stealing millions of votes, and it's going to be very hard. Now, we're in courts all over the country. And hopefully we have judges that are going to give it a fair call. Because if they give it a fair call, we're going to win this election. The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election. We're going to win this election. So I'm just saying we cannot have these live, we call them live. Some people call them universal. I like the word live. These live mail-in ballots sent to everybody, including mostly people that never asked for them. Think of it. You're sitting there, you get a ballot. Here's the bottom line. It was just given that in the polls, believe it or not, that because the polls try and treat us right. That's why I respect Rasmussen, because they did well. A few of the others feel the same way, and they did well last time. Those are the ones that I look at, the ones that did well last time. And Rasmussen was very good. But if you look at it, every single vote that they have, every single vote, it's going to be looked at. A man is sitting, or a woman is sitting, waiting for nothing, watching television, has no enthusiasm. Because on enthusiasm, the polls are saying that I'm up by massive numbers, not just a little. I'm also way up on the economy, by the way, put it down. Way, way up. But I'm up by massive, and when I say I'm up, I'm talking about we're up, okay? So if you could, please. But I'm up by massive numbers on enthusiasm. So our voters are saying, I'm very angry about this. I'll go to the poll directly and vote. But their voters are saying, I don't care if Biden gets in. He doesn't have any enthusiasm. When you go to Ohio, when you go to Wisconsin, when you go to North Carolina, when you go to a lot of states, they have the Trump-Pence sign on every lawn. It's all over the place, right? It's all over. We don't see Indiana, too. Indiana's great. Bobby Knight. We love Bobby Knight, too, I'll tell you. We love Bobby Knight and Coach Holtz and all of them. They love us and we love them. Indiana's great. Thank you. But here's the thing. So if they don't have any enthusiasm, so you'd say, are you going to vote? I'm not getting up to vote. Okay, I want to watch television instead of vote. All right. But here's a ballot. It just got to you. And he opens it. Oh, here's a ballot. What the hell am I going to do with this thing? And then they have somebody knocking on your door. And they're harvesting. Hey, have you gotten your ballot? Yeah, I have my ballot. You going to sign it? Well, if you want, I'll sign it. Here it is. Get out of here. That's the most honest way of doing it. And that's unfair. That's unfair. Because now they're taking all of that enthusiasm that our party has, and we have tremendous enthusiasm. I think we have record enthusiasm. We have a base. We have a base the likes of which nobody's seen, including these people. Wall Street Journal did a fantastic story this weekend, a fantastic cover story this weekend on this base. Is an incredible base. Everybody here is going to vote. Everybody in our base. I mean, we have a tremendous base. They don't. They have no enthusiasm for their candidate. Because frankly, Bernie Sanders, they have much more enthusiasm for him. But Bernie Sanders, excuse me, again, he's the greatest loser I've ever seen. This guy can lose and be so happy. Hillary Clinton, I want to use nice language, so I don't want to use a certain word. It starts with the word S, C. I don't want to use it because they'll say he used foul language while in North Carolina. But so I won't do that. But Bernie Sanders got taken advantage of, is that okay? By Hillary Clinton, but worse, by the Democrats this time. Because if Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, got out of the campaign one day prior to the Super Tuesday vote, Bernie Sanders would have won every single state because Biden won by a little bit, and she didn't do well, but she took thousands and thousands of votes away in each state. If you add just a percentage of those votes back, that means that Bernie would have won easily the nomination. And I'm glad he didn't because he had much more enthusiasm. Yeah. And he would have had a base, much smaller base than ours, but equally, I have to say this, equally as enthusiastic. This base doesn't like Joe Biden. They don't like Joe Biden. I think we're going to get a lot of votes. We did last time. People were surprised, primarily because of trade, because I know how other countries take advantage of us, and I understand that. And that's something that Bernie Sanders people really feel, because I understand trade. I've done USMCA now. I got rid of NAFTA, the world's worst trade deal. China tariffs. I mean, China had the worst year they've had in 67 years prior to the plague. The worst year they've had in decades and decades. And we had the best year we've ever had. But we took in billions from China. We never took in 10 cents from China. Never took in 10 cents. They took China for 25 years, and not only Obama, for 25 years, China was taking in anywhere between 200 billion with a B and $550 billion from the United States. I give them all the credit, number one, for being smart and outfoxing all of the people that stood here and their representatives. But China, we built China. We helped build. We gave them $300, $400, $500 billion a year. Because before that, and before the World Trade Organization and they getting into it, China was flatlined. It was after that happened. And then they took advantage of us because we didn't have people that were smart enough to see. And by the way, Biden would be the worst of all of them because his son took out $1.5 billion and he gets fees on $1.5 billion, which is millions of dollars a year. Give me a break. China will own our country if this guy gets elected. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. So we have a big one coming. And just to finish, enthusiasm. So they take the enthusiasm now out of the equation because they're going to go knock on everybody's door. Here, would you sign this? Yeah, I'll sign it. Nobody knows who the hell is signing it. And they now want to have it where the signature doesn't have to be verified. No, that's right. The signature doesn't have to be verified. And then they're going to play the game that we're not patriotic. What they're doing is using COVID to steal an election. They're using COVID to defraud the American people, all of our people, of a fair and free election. And we can't do that. And don't let them give you the post office stuff. The Postal Service, they do a great job. They lose a lot of money. I've said if they charged Amazon and these companies doing that a couple of dollars more a package that Amazon has to pay, not the customer, you know what would happen? Post office would start doing very well, thank you. Amazon dumps all the packages. Why should we deliver it? We'll let the post office do it, lose a fortune. So if they charged Amazon, now, of course, he owns the Washington Post, so when I get bad stories in the Washington Post, I wonder why, right? I wonder why. But I just tell it like it is, right? I tell it like it is. We've accomplished more. We've accomplished more during the first 3.5 years of this administration than any president in the history of our country. And I'm not even getting, pushback. I've been saying this for 2 years, for 3 years. I used to say for 2 years, for 3 years. But we've done more, let's say just about. This way they can't say, well, somebody won a war or something, right? No. We've accomplished more than just about any administration in the history of our country. We've secured our borders. We've built our wall, which will be finished very shortly. We brought back manufacturing jobs. We've defeated the ISIS caliphate and killed al-Baghdadi. We also killed the greatest, biggest terrorist, maybe of them all. Soleimani, we killed Soleimani, right? And al-Baghdadi. We appointed 300 new judges. By the end of the first term, we will have appointed 300. It's an unheard of number. That's because President Obama was very nice and he gave me 142 openings. And historically, you get no open. When you become president, first question you say, how many judges? They'll say, none, sir. Because the other previous president, they want to, it's a very important thing, federal judges. So I've appointed, we will have appointed 300, could be even more than that by the end of the first term. And I sat down, first day I said, how many judges do I get to appoint? They said, sir, 142. I said, 100, because you know what? He thought that Hillary was going to win. Right? And the Republicans did not make it easy, let's say, but if you have enough time, there's not much anybody can do about it. We ended up with 142 judges, and then we've added many, many, and we're going to end up with 302 great Supreme Court justices. And remember this, I'm saying that I'm demanding, actually, a list. Let Biden put up a list of the judges he's going to appoint, that he'll take them out like I did. I had 25, and we're going to take it out of that list. And we're going to be announcing a list over the next couple of weeks with the judges that we had, plus we might add a few more, so you know exactly where we stand. He can't do it because he would appoint, it's not him, he has no choice. The radical left will demand that he appoints super radical left, wild, crazy justices going into the Supreme Court. Your American dream will be dead if that happens. It'll be dead. And by the way, the next president, so I've had two. Some presidents have had none. You know, I have had two in a relatively short period of time. But I will tell you that the next one could have 2, 3, 4, and even 5. The next president. This is so important. This is so, whether you're talking about life, whether you're talking about Second Amendment, whether you're talking about military, this is so important. We have to do this. We have to win this election. But we brought back manufacturing. We rebuilt our military. We wiped out ISIS. I mean, think of it. When I came, ISIS was all over Iraq. The Prime Minister of Iraq was in last week, and he said, I want to thank you for defeating ISIS. I said, now, are you talking about me or the United States? You. Because when you came into office, it was a mess. They were all over Iraq and Syria, and you defeated them, sir. I said, good. Tell that to the media, please. Would you do that? And he said, I will, so let's see if he does. But we passed the biggest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We replaced the worst trade deal ever made, NAFTA, with a great USMCA deal that's going to keep our companies here, and it's going to be treating us very nicely. And I wouldn't say the other two countries were thrilled with it, but they were happy enough. And we did that, and that's another thing. They said, you'll never be able to replace NAFTA. You'll never be able to get it. And I got it. We got it through Congress. We fixed a lot of our broken and bad trade deals. We're getting $40 billion now from Japan. We fixed a horrible deal that was made with South Korea. Remember, I was a Hillary Clinton special. She said, this will produce 250,000 jobs. And she was right, except unfortunately the jobs went to South Korea, not to us. Okay? She said it would produce 250,000 jobs, and it did, to South Korea. And we stood up to China like nobody's ever stood up between the tariffs and the trade deal, which now, don't forget, when I made that, the ink wasn't dry before the China virus poured into our country, right? The ink wasn't dry. So I view that differently than I would have, because it's done very well. Last week they had the largest order of corn, the largest order of soybeans. They're doing things, you know, they're very smart. A lot of people, because they see my attitude, a lot of people would say, we're not going to order. They do just the opposite. I got a call last week, sir. In fact, Sonny Perdue is here, the great Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture. He's here. There he is. Is that right, Sonny? I got a call. They ordered the largest. It was the largest order of corn in the history of our country. Twice. The largest order of corn, the largest order of soybeans. So here's how smart. Somebody else would say, running some country, you know, they'd say, well, we're not going to do business with him. He's not saying nice things about it. China's very smart. Instead, they order more corn than we've ever thought possible, right, Sonny? Order more soybeans than we ever thought possible. And now I have farmers calling me up, sir, we love China very much. Please don't be too tough on them, please. It makes it very difficult, Sonny, right? You know, we do too good a job sometimes. We've achieved American energy independence, and we're now #1 in the world by far. And I saw where these phonies, you know, they want to end everything we've done. They want to end it. They want to go to wind. They don't even know if they want to go to wind. I think they want to just basically close up our country because they're taking away our strength. But they want to do something, but there is no such thing. Solar can't do it. I love solar. It's all fine. You know, very, very heavily expensive, very expensive. But they want to go to other forms of alternative energy. And I think that's okay, except we don't have them. And it's not going to power these massive factories. So we need, and hydro I love. It's one of my all-time favorites. Hydro I love, I have to tell you. That's the great dams. You don't see that too much. You know why the environmentalists say you can't build a dam there? But now we can, because we've done things that nobody thought were possible. Like, example, the Keystone Pipeline, we got that approved. The Dakota Access Pipeline, they were all bogged down, right? Right? I got it approved. We've got things that they said you couldn't get done. So we're energy independents, and they said we want to ban fracking. Right? No fracking. They want to. How do you think they'll do in Texas, Oklahoma, North Dakota? Louisiana's going to love it. There's no fracking. There's basically, they want no fossil fuel whatsoever, okay? No gas, no oil, no coal, no nothing, okay? So they don't want anything. Now they're getting killed because a poll just came out in Texas. Texas wasn't happy. They want no guns, they want no oil and gas, and they want no God. No God. So it's no religion, no guns, right? No oil and gas. I don't think you're going to do too good in Texas. You know, George Washington could come back from the dead, and he could choose as his VP candidate the late, great Abraham Lincoln. And you're not going to win the state of Texas if you have no oil, no guns, and no religion. I don't think so. You're not going to win too many places. We eliminated Obamacare's horrible and very unfair individual mandate, which basically knocked out Obamacare. It knocked out Obamacare. We've protected your Second Amendment, so important. We've protected your Second Amendment. We've cut drug prices, first time in 51 years. We got drug prices down. Now I did a favored nations clause, meaning we pay the same price as the lowest country that has the best deal. The companies are going crazy, the drug companies. They're taking ads on me. I said, I went to Mark Meadows. I said, Mark, they're killing me. They're spending, they have nothing but cash, okay? Big Pharma, they call it, for a reason. There's nobody that gives the politicians more money than Big Pharma. Nobody, not even close. So I said, well, look, if you're not going to negotiate a fair deal, we're going to do a favored nations clause to the top people, the biggest guys. They said, no, don't do that, favored nations. No, favored nations, because, we have countries out there that are paying a tiny fraction of what our people are expected to pay. So if you have a country, Germany or others, they make, by the way, UK, all of Europe, Canada pays 50%, 50% less. In fact, people leave our country, go to Canada, pick up their drugs, and they come back home. Can you believe it? This is the kind of difference. So I say, no, I want a favored nations clause. I also want a rebate clause, a rebate where instead of the money going to the middleman, who have to be the richest people in the world, they get so much. They get more money, frankly, than the drug companies. At least the drug companies make a product. So I wiped out the rebate where now it goes to people, and I instituted what's called a favored nations clause. And it's very simple. You have that in deals. It's whatever the lowest price in the world. We're the biggest purchaser of prescription drugs by far in the world. So whatever the lowest price is that other countries pay. So if you have a country paying 10 cents for a pill and we're paying $2.50, and it's not such an exaggeration, believe me, then we get it for 10. So what happens is that doesn't work, so they'll go up a little bit, we'll come way, way down. So I said, favored nations, I want to pay what the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're the biggest purchaser. We want a favored nations. They had a heart attack, and then I signed it. They didn't believe it. They didn't believe it. And now what they're doing is they have ads, millions and millions of dollars worth of ads that I've been horrible to the people because of drugs, and I believe in socialism. Socialism. You know why? Because some of the socialistic countries get the lowest price. So the only thing I have with socialism is I want to get their price, okay? That's the only thing. Other than that is our country will never be a socialist country. Okay? So we cut drug prices, and you could get cuts. You could get cuts. You could get cuts as much as 50, 60, or 70%, maybe even more than that, on prescription drug prices. And wouldn't it be a kick, I'll use this, wouldn't it be a kick in the ass if I lost and Sleepy Joe is president, and this thing kicks in right about soon, right, in 30, 40 days, and people wake up after the election, Boy, Biden's done a great job. My drug prices just went down by 70%. What a great president he's been. He's great. And Sleepy Joe would say, I thought about that, but everybody knew about favored nations. But nobody had the guts to do it. And I'll tell you, I was called by many politicians, please don't do it, sir. Please. I said, why? They don't want to tell me why. I know why, because, they're politicians and they've been helped out. And I guess we have to understand that too. But the fact is that we signed a favored nations clause and a rebate clause, and your numbers are going to come down 60, 70%. And I hope you remember that on November 3rd, because nobody but me would ever do it. The other thing I've done, aside from very strongly protecting your Second Amendment, which was not easy. That was not easy. And by the way, they will take your guns away as sure as you're standing or sitting there. They will take your guns away. Either that or obliterate the Second Amendment. The right to bear arms. You have the right to bear arms, especially when you look at a Portland and you see how weak those Democrats are. The governor, the mayor, how pathetic. They let them riot every night. We're saying, let us come in and solve your problem. We will solve it for you in 1 hour, just like we did in Minneapolis, Minnesota, right? 5 nights, 6 nights. They have to ask us in. Let us come in. We'll solve your problem. They're almost used to it. This is the way our whole country would be if you ever let a thing like this happen. Our whole country would be. So we protected your pre-existing conditions, very strongly protected pre-existing, and you don't hear that, but we very strongly protected your pre-existing conditions. So we got rid of the horrible individual mandate, which cost everybody a fortune, and we strongly protected. Every Republican is sworn to protecting your pre-existing conditions. It's very important. You won't hear that. You won't hear that from the fake news. We passed right to try. We passed VA accountability and VA choice. We mobilized the largest response since the Second World War. We are doing an incredible job on the China virus, but I'm going to talk to you about that Thursday night. Will anybody be listening on Thursday night? And just very quickly, in the second term, among many other things, we'll continue with our military. We've built the strongest military by far. It was depleted. Hello, nice Marine back there. It was depleted like you wouldn't believe. We have the best jets and rockets and equipment of any kind. Tanks made in Ohio. Lima. Tanks made in Ohio. So we're going to create 10 million jobs, I think very easily in the first 10 months. They want to raise your taxes. All my life I've heard as a politician, you like to lower taxes, right? This is the only election where somebody said, we're going to raise your taxes. They're going to raise your taxes, quadruple your taxes. They're going to add on to the regulations so that all of these projects that we got started that are great projects, they won't be able to get built. So they're going to raise your taxes. They're going to raise your regulations, make it impossible to build a highway. It used to take 17 years, 18 years, 20 years, 21 years, long time in some cases, to get approval to build a highway, right? We have it down to 2 years now. We're going to have it down to 1. And it may get rejected for environmental or safety reasons, but we're going to know it very quickly. We're not going to take 17 years. We could name highways. They took forever. End up costing 100 times more, and they're not as good. Some of them go in circles, to get to a point. They want to miss a certain nest. So let's spend $37 million to miss. Look, we've got to be smart. We've got to be smart. We've got to win an election. Also, we're going to create tax credits for companies that bring our jobs back from China and other countries and impose tariffs on countries that take advantage of the United States. And they've been taking advantage of us for years and years, and I've already done it in certain cases. We have countries that tariff us and we don't tariff them. So they tariff us. It's very simple. It's called reciprocal. They tariff us, we tariff them.
That's right. Thank you.
We are going to fully fund law enforcement and hire more police. We're going to go with school choice, and we've made a lot of progress on school choice for every student in America. We're going to continue to expand opportunity zones. There's been nothing better. Don't forget, it was us together, that got criminal justice reform done. the greatest thing for the black community, African American community. They came and they said, we can't believe it. Obama didn't even try. And not only that, I got funded the historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. They weren't funded. They were year to year. They didn't know if they were going to be around for another year. And they'd come in to the White House, and after 3 years, I said, why do you guys keep coming back? Well, it's a year-to-year deal. I said, that's not fair. So you have to come back every year. And we got them long-term financing and long-term funding. Nobody's done more for the historically black colleges and universities than Donald Trump. Nobody. Nobody's done more for the African American community. No president has done as much as anybody since Abraham Lincoln. It's true. It's true. Criminal justice reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott of South Carolina. He's a great senator. He's a great gentleman. Tim Scott is fantastic. Opportunity zones. But think of it, criminal justice reform, opportunity zones, the colleges and universities. What we've done has been amazing. But the most important thing is, prior to the virus, the greatest job numbers in the history of the African American community, the Hispanic community, and the Asian, as I said. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get rid of our sanctuary cities as soon as we can so that they don't protect. We put NASA back in action. NASA had grass growing through its runways. It had grass growing through the cracks of its runways. It was closed, essentially just a disaster. Now it's the #1 space center anywhere in the world by far. You saw the ships going up. And for some reason, a lot of rich people like rockets going up. And so we say, let's lease them our beautiful launching areas and let them send all the rockets. Let them pay for it. But we'll be landing on Mars. We're going to the moon. We're going to Mars. We'll be the first on Mars. Let's see if that happens. We have to do it. If we're here, it's going to happen. If somebody else is here, probably not. But I just want to, again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're incredible warriors. You have incredible strength. You have unbelievable intelligence and patience. It's a combination of both. I don't know which is greater, the intelligence or the patience, but let's assume it's the intelligence, okay? But I have to tell you, I think we have the greatest base of support anywhere, at any time, any election, and people are starting to find that out. They found it out in 2016, and I will be honest, this election, I believe we have far greater enthusiasm in this election.
That's right.
And we had a level that was a record because they still don't believe what happened. They said, where are all these people coming from, right?
We love you.
People that were great Americans that never voted, but they were great because they didn't like who they were watching or looking. People were great. They didn't vote. I'll never forget a congressman from Tennessee came up. They do very early voting. Tennessee, a great state. And they had just started voting, and I was in Pennsylvania making a speech, and he said, sir, I don't know, I can't speak for anybody, but I'm from Tennessee, and I've been doing this for a long time. He said, I've never seen anything like it. People are coming from the valleys and the hilltops, and they're coming from the cities. They're coming from all over. I never said they're coming out of the rivers. They're coming along those beautiful war fields that we have. They're coming from everywhere. Sir, I've never seen anything like it. But if other states are like Tennessee, you're going to win this election. He was the first one to say it. He was the first one. They came from the mountains. They came from everywhere. He said, I've never seen anything like it. And people that be having Trump pants and the hats, these are people that never were political people. They never wore a pin in their life having to do with politics. It's been an incredible experience for me. It's been an incredible experience, I think, for everyone. And I'll tell you what, next year is going to be it's going to be a great, great year. It's going to be a year of tremendous success. We're fighting off this horrible thing that was delivered by China, and it was by China, and we're never going to forget it, and I let them know. We're never going to forget what they did. Because you know what? We're going to do great economic last year in the history of your state, but we're going to do better economically than we did last year. But we can never forget the 175,000 people, which will go up. Remember this, though. we saved millions, because if we didn't move, and if I didn't put the ban on highly, heavily infected people coming to our nation from China, that everybody told me not to do, months later they were saying we shouldn't, and then they all either apologized or admitted it was right. And Europe, I did Europe too, very early. If we didn't do that, our numbers would be at a level like you wouldn't believe. So I just want to thank everybody for this incredible support. Be very, very careful. This is going to be, and I really believe this is the most important election in the history of our country.
It is.
Don't let them take it away from you. Don't let them take it away. North Carolina, we love you. That's why I'm here. Thank you very much. Very special people. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Delegates, we will now resume the roll call of the states. I will report the bound delegates for President Trump from South Dakota. Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, South Dakota, 29 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Tennessee, 58 delegates with the following bound delegates. 58 for President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I would like to thank the previous speaker for warming up the crowd for Tennessee. I really appreciate it. My name is Scott Golden. I'm the chairman of the Tennessee Republican Party. Tennessee is known worldwide for our music and known convention-wide for our whiskey. Tennessee this year has the privilege of celebrating 100 years of the passage of the 19th Amendment. locally known as the War of the Roses, where suffragists wore yellow. So we wear honor today. So on behalf of my two daughters and the daughters across America, Tennessee proudly casts its 58 delegates for the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Tennessee, 58 votes, President Donald Trump. Texas, 155 delegates with the following bound delegates, 155, President Trump.
From the Lone Star State, home of the Alamo, where Texas is proud of our rich history and our culture and our diversity. We are the job creator in the nation. Our energy industry has made America energy independent. And our agricultural industry clothes and feeds much of the world. Like President Trump, every day we thank God for the great state of Texas and this great country. And like President Trump, we are pro-life, we are pro-family, we are pro-law and order, we are pro-law enforcement, we are pro-military, we're pro-Second Amendment. And in Texas, Texans who own guns don't vote for Democrats who want to take them away. And like the Merle Haggard song said, we still wave Old Glory down at the courthouse. We stand for justice for all, and we stand for the national anthem. The president was not born in Texas, but on this day, he is our favorite son. My name is Dan Patrick. I'm proud to be chair of the Trump campaign in Texas and to be the lieutenant governor of our great state. And on behalf of our entire delegation, we cast all 155 votes for my friend and the only hope that every American in this country has for true liberty and true freedom and true opportunity, Donald J. Trump, for President of the United States of America. God bless you, Mr. President, and God bless Texas and this great country. Thank you.
Thank you. Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Texas, 155 votes for President Donald J. Trump. The Virgin Islands, 9 delegates with the following bound delegates, 9 for President Trump. Pursuant to the procedures of this convention, the Virgin Islands, 9 votes for President Donald Trump. Utah, with 40 delegates with the following bound delegates, 40 President Trump.
Madam Secretary, it's a pleasure to represent the state of Utah in the United States Senate. My name is Mike Lee, and I'm serving this week as the chairman of Utah's delegation to the Republican National Convention. Madam Secretary, Utah is home to the very first woman who ever cast a ballot under equal suffrage laws. Sarah F. Young did that in 1870, first of her kind, first of an entire series of hundreds of millions of votes that would be cast by American women, starting with Utah. In Utah, we love a lot of things. We love our families, which are very large. In fact, this gathering would be sort of a family dinner party in a family with fertility problems in Utah. We love our 5 national parks. We love our 6 national forests. We love the First Step Act, which is perhaps the hallmark legislation passed by the Trump administration, bringing about the biggest series of criminal justice reforms in an entire generation. In the state of Utah, we introduced the world to the Frisbee, to fry sauce, and to fake swear words, including fetch, flip, and freak. In Utah, we love our founding fathers, and in Utah, we love the idea of 4 more years. Madam Secretary, we, as a Utah delegation, cast all of our state's 40 delegate votes to the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Utah cast all 40 votes for President Trump. Vermont, 17 delegates with the following bound delegates, 17 for President Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your service today and to the party. I am Deborah Bilodeau. I am the proud chairwoman from the state of Vermont, and with me today I have my crew, and that crew is Anya Tinio, Jansen Wilhoit, Laura Benner, Jay Shepard, our National Committee man, and Suzanne Butterfield, our National Committee woman. And we are from the Green Mountain state of Vermont. Also, Vermont brings to you, and this is not a challenge to you, Corey, but we have the real Vermont maple syrup. We bring you microchips, cheeses, and microbreweries. We are also the state of the home of President Calvin Coolidge. Thank you. We have some of the most accommodating homeschool policies in the country. We are proud to say that. And Vermont is the only state that has never restricted a person's right to carry concealed. And for all of you snow bunnies, we are also recognized as the ski capital of the East, so come ski with us. We are proud to cast our 17 votes for the President, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Vermont cast 17 votes for President Trump. Virginia, 48 delegates with the following bound delegates, 48 President Trump.
Madam Secretary, Madam Chairman, my name is John Fredericks. I'm the delegation chairman of the great Commonwealth of Virginia. My delegates here today hail from the oldest governing body in America, where President Trump visited us 1 year ago to commemorate 400 years of democracy. Our delegates are proud of Virginia, the silent men and women working in America that represent Donald Trump's army that don't show up in the polls are coming back in 2020. President Trump is going to win again, only bigger. With the help of our new state chairman, Rich Anderson, Virginia, the People's Republic of Virginia, will be freed once again and go red.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Virginia cast 48 votes for President Donald Trump. Washington, 43 delegates with the following bound delegates, 43 President Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm Caleb Heimlich, the chairman of the Washington State Delegation. On behalf of the Evergreen State, proudly named after our first president, the most beautiful state in the nation, home to majestic mountains, rivers, hydropower, lakes, the Pacific Ocean, home to entrepreneurs, innovators, tech companies, manufacturing, farming, agricultural, natural resources, and many other fantastic industries, and a state that well knows the consequences of Democrat rule and their giving in to radical socialists in Seattle, on behalf of hundreds of thousands of Republican voters and our 43 delegates, we cast all of our votes for President Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Washington cast 43 votes for President Trump. West Virginia, 35 delegates with the following bound delegates. 35, President Trump.
I'm Virginia King, Delegation Chair for West Virginia. Madam Secretary, the wild, wonderful, natural resource-rich, almost heaven state of West Virginia proudly cast all of its 35 votes for our history-making president, Donald J. Trump. We pledge our country roads will help our president on his road to victory in November.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, West Virginia cast 35 votes for President Donald Trump. Wisconsin, 52 delegates with the following bound delegates. 52, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Wisconsin, which since its statehood has led the nation, the great birthplace of the Grand Old Party, the state at the front of the abolitionist movement, where more than 1 in 3 fought against the Democrats to end slavery, the noble state that commemorated an immigrant colonel who gave his life to end slavery, with a statue on our Capitol Square that was recently toppled in violent protests by Joe Biden's defunding the police allies. The welcoming state that just hosted President Donald J. Trump last week, Monday, and hosted Vice President Pence last Wednesday. The proud state ignored by Joe Biden for the last 664 days and counting. The dairy state of Wisconsin, where our world-famous cheese curds will be served at the celebration when we deliver our 10 electoral votes for President Donald J. Trump to put him back in the White House. The decisive state of Wisconsin, with gratitude for our president who has heard those who have been ignored for so long, thankfully casts every one of our 52 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Wisconsin cast 52 votes for President Trump.
The chair is prepared to announce the results. The following candidates received the following votes.
I have Wyoming.
Oh, Wyoming, sorry. They told me to come out. My bad.
One more.
Sorry, Wyoming, we love you.
Oh, Wyoming, 29 delegates with the following bound delegates. 29, President Trump.
Last but not least, I'm I'm Marty Halverson, Delegation Chairman of Wyoming, the last best place on earth, the way America used to be and will be again under President Trump. Home of the first national park, home of the first national monument, the real home of women's suffrage, having passed a law giving women the right to vote in 1869, a full half-century before the 19th Amendment was passed, home of the bucking bronco steamboat, who was only ridden by a few cowboys, but is being ridden by Donald Trump today. Happily, unanimously, enthusiastically, Wyoming casts all of its 29 votes with our fellow delegates gathered in Riverton, Wyoming this morning for the President, Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Wyoming cast 29 votes for Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
So now the chair is prepared to announce the results. The following candidates received the following votes: 2,550 for President Donald J. Trump. The chair announces that Donald J. Trump, having received a majority of these votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been unanimously elected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the Rule 37E National Convention Procedures, I formally declare Donald J. Trump and Michael R. Pence the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of these United States. As we prepare to adjourn, I'd like to remind the RNC members in attendance that our organizational meeting will take place shortly after the convention adjourns. The meeting will begin at 1:30 p.m. at the Westin Hotel in the Grand Ballroom, which is on the second floor of the hotel. Lunch will be provided to the members. Please make sure you are there by 1:30 p.m. as many members need to catch flights home later this afternoon and evening. While we will leave Charlotte today, I want you to know that we have had an amazing array of convention programming coming up ahead this week. You will hear convention acceptance speeches from the President, Vice President, and First Lady, with additional convention celebration events taking place the rest of the week. And now, please join me in welcoming back to the stage Leader Kevin McCarthy.
Let's thank Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel for the amazing job she has done. Great job. I hope you realize the difference between Republican and Democrat conventions. Our nominees show up, so just a little different. Now at this time, the chair would like to recognize the delegate from South Carolina.
From the great state of South Carolina, I move that the 2020 Republican National Convention adjourns until 7:30 p.m. this evening.
The motion has been made to adjourn until 7:30 p.m. this evening. Is there a second?
Howdy toddy, Mr. Chairman. I'm Henry Barber from Mississippi, and I second the motion.
The motion has been made and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the chair will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposing, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We are adjourned.
To the terrace area.